Good morning, everybody. We are actually going to get started. Thank you all so much for coming. We're just going to start by introducing ourselves. The four of us are in the Jewish Communal Leadership Program here at the School of Social Work. Am I speaking loud enough? Okay. Yeah. I don't project. My name is Ilana Schumann-Stoller.
I'm Josh Campbell.
I'm Liz Cohn. That was Josh Canner, in case you couldn't hear him.
Ariel Pearl-Jacobitz.
On behalf of the entire Planning Committee, we would like to welcome you all to the Jewish Communal Leadership Program's Communal Conversation 2012, What is Jewish Detroit? The inspiration for this day has been the result of our collective experiences. As a part of the JCLP cohort, we've taken part in a wide variety of site visits and day trips. As individuals, we have had many personal experiences engaging in the city and the metropolitan area alike. And then there's you. Our interactions with many of you in this room are in fact the inspiration for today's program. For many of the out-of-state students, our engagement with the Detroit Jewish community brought up complicated issues we understand as both unique and universal at the same time. We learned how the Jewish community grew and found strength in the city. We heard of the complexities of city life and the disparate views on suburbanization. We saw large communal structures and grassroots activism. Our goal today is to tie it all together, to bring together local and regional stakeholders to talk about the past, present, and future of the Jewish community in Detroit and the surrounding region. Many people may be wondering, why are we having this conversation here in Ann Arbor? The decision to hold this event in Ann Arbor was based on the fact that with the various stakeholders involved in this potential discussion, it would be difficult to determine exactly where the event should occur without the conversation swaying towards one stakeholder or the other. To this end, convening the discussion in Ann Arbor would be a neutral location and would bring most out of their comfort zones while still remaining in a safe space. Additionally, the School of Social Work is the home to JCLP, and as conveners, we have felt it was only natural to have this event here in Ann Arbor at the School of Social Work, where we have great access to phenomenal resources through the School of Social Work. Before we go forward, I'd like to introduce those who made this day possible. While the program grew out of JCLP Dialogue, it was brought to fruition by a cohort of individuals with a diversity of geography and experience and perspective. I would now ask those involved in the programming to please stand up.
They have pink name tags on, so you can find all those ones that didn't say.
They're modest.
All right. We are especially excited about the construct of the program today. We've shaped the day to include openness, transparency, and a space for a diversity of opinions. In planning the program, our intention has always been to create a sound level of respect for these various perspectives, and we hope that you all share in fostering a mutual respect for this space. Central to this is the understanding that language is key to how we formulate our thoughts and articulate our beliefs about our experiences. Today, let us try our hardest to understand how individuals formulate their ideas by embracing one another and our differing viewpoints. Speak for yourself and know that others are doing the same. It is now my pleasure to introduce Mike Spencer, who would like to say a few words on behalf of the School of Social Work community.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the School of Social Work and Dean Laura Lane, I'd like to welcome you all to the School of Social Work. My name is Mike Spencer. I'm the Associate Dean for Educational Programs here. Unfortunately, Dean Lane is at the National Association for Dean and Directors meeting, so she couldn't make it today. So she asked me to represent her, which I was glad to do. I just want to say a couple of words. I really won't take up a lot of your time. As you folks know, the Jewish Communal Leadership Program is one of the outstanding programs of its kind in the country, and we're very, very proud to house it here in the School of Social Work. Having events like this where we bring together not only our many young, up-and-coming, bright, wonderful students with the larger community is just one of the beautiful things about today. You know, the other, I think, one wonderful thing about today is really the connection that we are trying to make between our campus here and the Detroit community as well. It's so important. You know, I do a lot of my work in Detroit. I have a project working in Southwest Detroit and Eastside Detroit with the Latino and African American communities. And we do work around health disparities and the connections that we try to make between our city and the city of Detroit are you know, they're just so important, and I'm so glad that you guys are doing this today. I also want to say, too, that, you know, it's programs like this It's students like these that make this really one of the premier programs, social work programs in the country. I'll pause for that. We just got the new U.S. News and World Report rankings, and we are the #1 school of social work in the country. And really, I mean, we like to think about, all of the things that, make us a top program, whether it be the faculty, whether it be the building, whether it be whatever, But really, it's students. It's the students that make us #1. It's our alumni that make us #1. Largely, the rankings are based upon reputation, and it's the reputation that we not only establish here in the school, but really the reputation of our students and our graduates as they go out into the community and make a name for themselves. That's really what makes us #1. And so I really want to thank all of you for helping us to be #1. And thank Carla and the Jewish Community Leadership Program for also for putting us on the map, really. One of the premier programs in the country. We're so proud. Thanks.
And just one point of housekeeping. You may have found in your programs there are 2 small half sheets. One of them is a contact form. If you could fill those out so we can be in contact with you. And also the evaluation form, which we ask you to fill out before you leave today. Both of those can be dropped off in one of the blue boxes or baskets at the registration table, which is now here but will later be in the hall. So thank you again, and let's get started.
Great. Hi, good morning, everybody. Can you hear me without a microphone? Great. My name is Tilly Shamus. I'm the Executive Director of University of Michigan Hillel, and it is such an honor and a privilege and a pleasure for us to be able to be involved in the planning of this event today. One thing that we tend to do as a Jewish people at times is count.
I will do that. We tend to count as a Jewish people. In my line of business, often what we do is count the number of people in the room so that we can share with people how many came to an event. This coming week, when we are going to embark upon Seders with our family and friends, there's a lot of counting going on around the table. How many questions do we ask? How many plagues do we recite? How many glasses of wine do we drink, hopefully over 4, and really have a good time? And so we too want to be able to count today and get a sense not just of the numbers of people who are in the room, but who really is in the room, because that is what's most important to us. The Jewish Communal Leadership Program, students and staff and the people who are involved in the planning committee for this event really thought about how do we create a diverse group of individuals who can come together today and bring their experiences and their opinions and their knowledge to the room to share with one another. So we want to start off by using the clickers that are at your table, and if anyone does not have a clicker in front of them, please raise their hands and we will get you some. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to turn the power button on the bottom. So everybody just power up. And our first question is here. We are going to start the polling now. Who is in the room? What is your age range? And find the number on your remotes that corresponds with the range ranging from A to E.
Don't worry if you're like, oh, I'm actually 55, but I hit 15. You can only answer once.
Yes, you can change your answer if you feel as if you're not quite feeling comfortable in your age range and you want to move it around a little bit. Okay, we're going to start polling and see who we have in the room. Okay, so the majority here are age 25 to 39, but you can see we have a great cross spectrum in the room. We're going to go to our next question. Where do you currently live? City of Detroit, Metro Detroit, elsewhere in Michigan, or out of state? Polling is started. And let's see. And you can see it's changing. Someone's not sure where they live, whether it's Metro Detroit or elsewhere. That's okay. I sometimes get confused too. Okay, we're going to move to the next one. Are you a current student? A student of life. Okay, we're going to stop polling and see who we have in the room. Pretty close, 18 and 22. I'm not sure. And we've started. How closely do you feel connected to the city of Detroit? And let's see. Okay, great. This is what I'm going to do. I think to answer your question, Talia, I think that people are hitting their thing before we get started, so I'm going to fix that right now. Thank you. So don't touch anything yet, and let's get started. Okay. Where were you born? That's great. That's more responses now. Thank you, Talia. And let's see. Okay, so a lot of people coming, a lot of people from all over Michigan. I didn't do my out of state. Do I get to vote? I don't get to vote. I can only go back. Okay, great. And I think that we have one more question. Liz, is that right? And let's start polling. What is a Boston cooler? I kind of like Mitt Romney as the answer. Let's see how many we have, and show the display. All right, Werner Vanilla Ice Cream Float, fantastic. Okay, we're going to come back throughout the day just to be able to do a check-in of how everyone's doing, how everyone's feeling, and be able to check in throughout the day. Thanks so much. Can you all turn your clicker off? Just press the power on the bottom and turn the clicker off, and we'll ask you to use them later in the day. Should I do the same?
Great. Good morning. My name is Katie Rosenblatt, and I'm a graduate student here at the University of Michigan in History and Judaic Studies. I'm thrilled to introduce a distinguished panel of historians. We hope that this conversation will in many ways model the kinds of dialogues that we're hoping, sorry, it is a problem. We are hoping that our conversation today, looking back at the history of Detroit, will in many ways model the kind of dialogues that we hope will happen throughout the day, especially in the afternoon. Professor Lila Corwin Berman is the Murray Friedman Chair of American History at Temple University. She is the author of Speaking of Jews, Rabbis, Intellectuals, and the Creation of an American Public Identity in 2009. And she's currently working on a book tentatively titled Jewish Urban Journeys Through an American City and Beyond. Thank you so much for being here. And we're also thrilled to have Professor Burl Satter here from the Rutgers University at Newark. Her book, Family Properties, Race, Real Estate, and the Exploitation of Black America won the Liberty Legacy Award for Civil Rights History and the National Jewish Book Award in History. So thank you so much for being here. I guess we are going to stand, I guess. We're going to start with a question. We'd like to know how you came to this topic to study sort of urban history and Jews. You go first.
Okay. Can you guys hear me? No. It says it's on. Okay.
Is it green?
The green light. Can you hear me now? Okay. So it's a delight to be here. I want to thank Carla and Katie and the rest of the Jewish Communal Service Program for organizing this event today. It's clearly an important event. It's clearly something that people across many different generations and with many different backgrounds care about a great deal, not just what is Jewish Detroit, but what is Detroit. So I'm very eager to learn from all of you about why you're here and why you care about the topic. So we were asked to share something a bit personal about why we came to studying cities, in my case Jews, in Beryl's case issues with housing and financing that she'll talk about. So, so I'll be personal, which is that my wedding reception was held in a social hall of a congregation in Springfield, Massachusetts. The congregation is a modern Orthodox congregation called Kadima. And a few years after it felt like the whole world was dancing in that social hall for my wedding, the congregation started to debate whether or not it was going to stay in Springfield. Springfield's a situation that a city that's fallen on hard times. It's in receivership from the state for many years. And I started to observe the discussions about whether or not the synagogue should stay put where it was in Springfield. And this is the synagogue, although I didn't grow up in Springfield, that really I grew up going to because we would make trips to our grandparents in Springfield very often. And I saw how it was tearing the community asunder. I saw how families were being torn apart about the question whether or not the congregation should stay in the city of Springfield or move to a wealthier outlying suburb of Springfield. And it really was striking to me that in all the reading that I had done about Jews leaving cities, I had never really thought about or been pushed to think about this great struggle and the ambivalence and the difficulty involved in Jews leaving cities. Most of what I had read was that Jews were really quite good at moving. They were the wandering people, and that they moved very rapidly away from cities, probably of white Americans more rapidly than any other ethnic or religious group, and that their move was sort of rising up into the American dream and American belonging. So I sort of paused because it seemed so strange to me that what I was witnessing with the sort of struggle and the emotional battles and the concerns about what would happen to Springfield if the synagogue moved, because this was an Orthodox synagogue, people walked to it, so people would move and this was a city that was struggling. And I thought, well, what's going on here? I haven't really read much about this. I wonder historically when Jews were leaving cities after World War II, if this same kind of tension was part of the discussion and part of the sort of both political economy and the structure of feeling of what was happening. So around that time, when all of this was happening at my grandparents' synagogue in Springfield, I was fortunate to have a fellowship at the University of Michigan at the Frankel Center. And I had pitched a project about Jews in suburbs on my application to gain admission to this wonderful program. And I sort of feel like I never quite made it all the way into the suburbs. My first real research trip was to the Reuther Library at Wayne State, and I started reading the files of the Jewish Community Council, and I do not exaggerate when I say I was absolutely engrossed. The memos, the minutes from the meetings, all of the different documents that showed this intense kind of struggle about Jewish self-definition at a time when there was so much shifting and transformation both in the Jewish world and in the larger urban world. And I found that urbanism powerfully defined post-war Jewishness in ways that were beyond the narrative of Jews leaving cities. And I guess what I mean is that Jews didn't leave the city blithely. At least this is not what I found in the archives. And since that first trip to Wayne State, I've spent a lot of time in that library and other archives, and also time talking to people. And I also found that even once Jews were well on their journey away from the city, they remained vested in urban enterprises through political activism, economic investments, and cultural sensibilities. But at the same time, and I think we'll talk about this more today, I found a lot of uncomfortable tensions and contradictions in Jewish behavior because, first of all, even as Jews were talking about caring about the city and being concerned about what would happen to Jewish life if they left Detroit, what would happen to Detroit if they left Detroit, they were leaving. And there was a line between city and suburb, even if Jews were trying to reinvent a politics that said we can leave and still be involved in the city. And it was a line that had to do with elections and with tax base, with referenda, all sorts of things. And even well before Jews moved to the suburbs, they also were using their proximity to other, what we might think of sort of marginal urban dwellers, people who had less access to power and wealth, and sometimes exploiting their relationships with newcomers who were entering their neighborhoods. But even with these contradictions and complexities, I think that Jews maintained something of an urban sense of themselves. And this is really what started me on this project, is trying to think about how what I'm starting to call a sort of metropolitan urbanism is a useful framework for thinking about Jews in the post-war period. And I think, therefore, that the reason I'm here, and I hope the reason that we're all here, is to think through, well, what might be the legacy of this? I'm interested in the history, but I think what I'm most honest, I'm also interested in the ways that without a vital city, I think that it's not that you can't live a Jewish life, but I think that a Jewish life is less meaningful. I think a life that cares about interacting with other people and with other ideas is harder to come by when you're not in a space that has density and that has a sort of interaction and the kind of cosmopolitanism that characterizes cities. And I think that Jews have tended, and I'll talk more about this later, to city spaces because of an attraction to something of the kind of civic cosmopolitan space and also the sort of protection of private particular identity. So I'm thrilled to be here. I'm thrilled that this topic and these family debates that I witnessed years ago have led me here.
Okay, yeah, I'm also delighted to be here, and I think this is a brilliant idea to bring such a range of people together. Okay, I think I'll be even more personal than Lila was about relationship to cities and Jews and why I wrote the book I wrote. I grew up in Chicago. I was born in Chicago. Both my parents were born in Chicago. They lived on the west side of Chicago, which was a Jewish ghetto, essentially, a neighborhood called Lawndale and West Garfield Park. And I grew up in the south side until I was 7, and then we moved to Skokie, a heavily Jewish area. Anyway, but my personal feeling about cities was, I love them, I crave them, I need them, And it wasn't necessarily for a Jewish identity. It was like, as a teenager, where are the discos, where are the punk bars, where are things happening, where is it fun, where do you get away from conformity, And so I think, and I was also interested in culture. And I always thought about cities as places of art and culture and rebellion and opposition to a kind of conformity that I think, as a young person, part of it is about being a Jew, feeling that the masses of the parts of America out there are not friendly, and an enclave is better. But I grew up in a Jewish enclave, a suburban Jewish enclave, and I still want it out in a big way. So, because I thought it was deadening in the suburbs, though heavily Jewish. So, but I didn't think about the cities in the kind of structural, economic, political way that I came to until way later as an adult. For me, I started researching cities as a way to research my own family, essentially the story of my father. So this is not transferable to other people, I don't think. My father died when I was 6 years old. I'm the youngest of 5. He was 49 years old when he died. And he was a leftist Jewish attorney. And growing up, I had heard that he had been a prominent man, but I didn't know what he did exactly. I heard, like my mother would say, something about civil rights. He was an activist. People respected him. He died again. The year he died was 1965. So I was, again, 6 years old at that time. And the mystery in the family was that, on one hand, he was a prominent man, I had been told. On the other hand, our economic status nosedived after his death, and I grew up living in a 2-flat, which is like a duplex in Skokie. My aunt lived upstairs, and uncle and my mother and her kids, my siblings lived downstairs. It was a lower middle class neighborhood at best, and and I kept thinking, if he's so prominent, what happened to us, So anyway, but it was just a mystery, and I didn't understand who he was or what he was, and only after I became a historian and worked on culture and the kind of things that attracted me naturally, which is sort of, things about gender and, much more la-la kind of stuff, honestly, now that I think back on it. I finally decided to look into his story, once I had tenure as a full historian and felt I can get away with it. So, so before that, you don't look at your own family and think you're going to get a job, So I did look into it, and that led me to a 9-year process of research and writing about race, housing, Jews, blacks, Catholics, the city of Chicago, that research that turned into the book Family Properties, which came out a few years ago. And trying to find out who he was, I was lucky in that one of my older siblings had saved the papers from his law office. And what I discovered about him, the contradiction, what I heard about him was that he was an activist for African Americans on their behalf. But on the other hand, he had owned properties in what had become a black neighborhood, began as a Jewish neighborhood and become black. And it's today one of the worst, most dangerous and devastating neighborhoods in the city of Chicago, Lawndale, formerly Jewish area, and that these properties had somehow bankrupted him. So he was both an activist for a housing activist and someone who was destroyed by property. So the story went. So he was, you could see, and some people called him a slumlord, as well as an activist. Like his enemies would say, if you think that guy's so big, you should look at his properties, or he got a code violation or something like that. I mean, this is what I found out after I read his papers and researched his story. So I had to get into this contradiction about property, Jewish property, black property. Who owns it? How is it transmitted? And what happens? And how does a neighborhood go from being Jewish to black? But, what I found in doing the research, which again took me 9 years, reading all his papers and laying out his story, is that among the things that I found out was that though everyone talked about Jewish Lawndale with great nostalgia, it had always been a working class neighborhood. At best, it had always been a high crime neighborhood. It always had gangs. Yet the nostalgia factor was so amazing, and I actually documented this year by year. 1963, people in the newspaper saying, Jewish Lawndale, a worn-out Jewish neighborhood. 1965, Lawndale, a nice place that Jews left. 1968, Lawndale, now the ceilings are crumbling from what had been among the finest homes in the nation. I'm not kidding you. This is in the newspaper. This is the distortions of memory. So, in any case, trying to figure out who my father had been and what his work had been led me to a new understanding of cities and Jews and ethnicity and real estate and finance and capital. And that's where I come in. And I don't know how much to go into at this point. Maybe we could wait for another question. But my father essentially did this through his black clients, found out how blacks who were moving to this neighborhood were being exploited by the real estate men and real estate attorneys to whom they turned for help, who were people who were flipping homes, buying them from blacks at close to a below market value, but not that much below, depending on how long you waited. The longer you waited, the less you got. And then selling it to blacks at double to 4 times market value on extremely harsh terms. And this happened actually throughout the country because black people could not get mortgages throughout the country. So if they were going to move, they had to find alternative financing, often predatory, very predatory. So these neighborhoods got gutted and devastated by the terms and the prices that black people who had earned enough and had the same economic basically the same salaries that the whites who were leaving had. But once the cycle got started of people stuck in a decaying neighborhood got going, the spiral was hard to resist. I mean, I do want to talk about the actual mechanisms, but I don't know if this is the place for that. So maybe a future.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, perhaps.
So anyway, I could stop now. But essentially, my take on this is that Jews left for the same reason other people left, which is that it made no rational sense to stay. Once an economic structure is in place where it is so profitable to loot a neighborhood, you stay put, you're going to get looted too. So you leave.
Thank you so much. Well, perhaps before we move to the post-war period, we could speak for a moment about the kinds of meanings that that Jews had attached to cities and how they had fit into cities before they left.
Okay, so I think it's a great question. I mean, my sense is that the Jewish immigrants that came to the United States, especially in the wave after 1880, came already with a sense of urbanism, right? Many of them came from city environments. Many of them had experience living and working in cities, understanding the benefits and the challenges of city life. And I think that Jews in the United States became attached to cities quite strongly. Part of this has to do, of course, with the timing, which is that the time that the bulk of Jews are coming to the United States is also the time when you have massive urbanization in the United States. And so cities are growing and cities are thriving. And this is not unique for Jews. I mean, a lot of immigrant groups obviously found their economic footing in cities. But I also think that there is a sense, and this is harder to define in sort of empirical historical terms, but that it's better to be a Jew in the city, that it's good to be a Jew in the city. And I think that this has to do with two features of modern urban life, which is on one hand the sense that cities offer civic and public spaces, and on the other hand, cities offer private and particular spaces. You think about a massive public institution like a university in a city alongside an ethnic neighborhood, right? That cities are both places where one can be anonymous and therefore sort of be an individual however one wants, with the benefits and also some of the anxiety of that anonymity. And cities are also places where groups can carve out their space, and not just in buildings, but on streets and on thoroughfares with different commercial places. And there are also spaces where there are things that maybe we would think of as a public square, right, where lots of different interests, be they individual or be they group-based, can come together, and this is sort of the place of cosmopolitan conversation. And I think for Jews in particular, who had for so much of their history felt excluded from any kind of space of public discourse, the fact that post-Enlightenment there was a growing belief in a kind of diverse public square. It wasn't always enacted, of course. And that kind of public square generally was in cities where you had difference coming together. I think it meant that Jews really craved that, right? They really saw cities as potentially harmonizing the civic or cosmopolitan with the kind of private in particular. And I have found that some of the anxiety, I mean, I think some of us know that when Jews left cities, certain Jewish leaders worried, well, this might be the end of Jewish life. It might be, a real assimilationist journey. But I think in a way, really the anxiety was that you were going to lose that productive tension between a kind of private, particular space of identity as well as the sort of civic realm that enabled diversity to come together and enabled difference to be sort of mitigated by public cosmopolitan discourse. I think arts and culture spaces sort of embodied that in cities and might help explain why Jews really tended to invest in, whether as consumers and later maybe as philanthropists, in arts and culture spaces in cities, because they manifested that ability to have diversity and yet transcend it or harmonize it in certain ways. So I think that Jews, well before this period that we're really going to be focusing on, put a lot of sort of idealistic weight into their urban lives, and of course this has a rose-colored sort of side to it because cities were also really hard places to live and to get by, and they could be quite brutal as well. So I'll stop there for now.
My grandparents were from the Pale, outside of the Ukraine. They were from small shtetls. When my grandmother was from Chernobyl, which was tiny. So, I mean, a lot of Jews, a lot of them didn't come from cities. A lot of them came from small little, crumbling little shtetls, which is where they were allowed to live. They weren't even allowed in cities, at least in my grandmother's case. She was not allowed into Kiev. She had to sneak in there to get fabric to sneak out again so she could be a seamstress, in Chernobyl. So, that's one thing I question. I think one thing that we really have to think about is class in Jewish communities. And I think the idealistic vision of the city in terms of philanthropy and the arts is more of an upper class Jewish thing. And when you think in terms of generations, that early generation that came, my grandparents were not exactly doing that. Because they were looking for work, obviously. I think they moved like most of the Jews I'm from Chicago, and Chicago is a very tribal, ethnically segregated city. So when they moved, they first were in Jewtown, which was Maxwell Street, and then they moved west to this next neighborhood, Lawndale. But it was so Jewish. It's like in terms of cosmopolitanism, it wasn't really, their experience. I mean, in terms of, they were there, it was where they could afford, it was where they were let in, because there were restrictive covenants, there's all kinds of issues why Jews go where they go. And so that early generation goes where they can go, it seems to me, from my family history. And again, it could be a class difference. They're not the German Jews. My mother always told me you can't trust the German Jews, only the Russians, because we have this big class difference in terms of who came when, and who was the German Jews who were running the philanthropic organizations, and my mother passed on to me a sort of distrust of philanthropic organizations as people trying to change you and people who disrespect you. So in any case, so as far as urbanism, I think in a way, the urbanism was not so, I would say it was not so cosmopolitan for the working class, at least, and it was something you needed to get away from that neighborhood, from the hood, essentially. Where you knew everyone and everyone knew you. And one of the things I found in doing the story I did about this West Side Chicago neighborhood is that my father, he's an activist and a radical. He knew the slumlords. They all grew up together. They were just a bunch of kids finding different ways to live, in a city, and my father, for various political and personal reasons, part of it growing up in the Depression and being influenced by the left in the Depression. Part of it very personal. He had a injury as a child. He fell out a window and he was crippled for a while, like 2 years, and sort of learned a sympathy for the underdog and his, various things. He took that angle, but the others that he grew up with took a different angle. They took the angle of, you want to be an American? Being American means you get ahead. You want to get ahead? You look at what's around you. You talk to your friends and your relatives. What are your relatives doing? They figured out how to flip a building. So we're going to flip a building. And we are actually pretty parochial. We care about us. We take care of our own. No one's going to take care of us. The city is corrupt. The political system is corrupt. No one's going to give a Jew a break or anyone else except, each other. This is the harsher, uglier, tougher side of the city that I found from my research, I'll just say. And so ultimately, people, when the time came to go, when it became economically feasible, I read The Old Bunch, Meyer Levin, The Old Bunch. Anybody read that book? It's a very famous book about Jews in Chicago in the 20s and 30s. And they're like, this place is a dump, we got to get out of here. It's like written in 1930, So like by 1950, it was more so. And, people said, there were lots of Jewish institutions in these Jewish ghetto areas. And, oh, by the way, the Jewish neighborhood in Chicago was the second most crowded neighborhood in the city of Chicago, the second most overcrowded. The first was the Black Belt. Okay? So this has to do with who comes, when they come, and what is their status when they come. So when they had a chance to leave, left. They did not, and this is something that other scholars have written about, that there's all these institutions to help you assimilate. Do they want that once they've assimilated? They want to feel, I think the freedom that Lila is talking about could be a freedom to leave the city and to be an American, for some. But again, I think this is a class difference. I think for certain people, if you've gone far enough up, then you could have this investment to cosmopolitanism and arts and culture and things like that. But if you're struggling and still clawing your way up, which I think, you need to accept that people will do, then the struggle is to make it, making it comes first, taking care of your own comes first. And this is something I heard over and over in my interviews, that you take care of your own, and the problem, and that was why my relatives were furious with my father. They felt like he helped others, and he didn't help his own family. And he should have sold his properties when he could get out and flee to a suburb, and then we would have been okay. Instead, he held on out of commitment to a racially changing neighborhood, lost everything, the buildings became completely worthless, died, and left a widow and 5 children and his relatives to take care of her. And Jewish communal services, that was wrong to their mind. In my mind, not necessarily. But in my mind, what's wrong is the tension between there is a system set up, a system of economic profit that is set up so that you can only help yourself and screw others, or help others and screw yourself. That's not good. You need to look at the economic system of lending real estate and credit to get at the base of that, so that you are not faced with that choice, so that every Jew who sells a building and leaves doesn't have to feel like, well, I could have stayed and destroyed my family by sharing the bad conditions here, or trying as a single individual with no power and no understanding to change something huge. Or I could leave and say goodbye actually to a place that I actually did love. I mean, some people, I'm not saying that everyone just wanted out. People have a commitment to a place they're born and raised. But, and many groups felt bad about, they felt we were driven out of this place against our will, because of what happened here, but they don't understand what happened there. They don't understand the process of flipping of properties and manipulation of credit, and the role of the bankers and the role of the real estate agents and the role of the attorneys, the people at the top who made this system that then the people, Jews and blacks and everyone else involved in urban life, are left to fight each other without an understanding of what's going on. So I have a different take on Jews and urbanism. I think it's hugely important, but I think we need to look at it again, the dirt, the nitty-gritty, the hard stuff, and give people the respect of complex motives in their feelings about cities.
Yeah. So, although I think, absolutely, right, you have to think about class. But I also think that actually among the working class Jews, the embrace of cosmopolitanism, the embrace of arts and culture. If we think about what sort of, especially the leftist working class, how they thought about dance and the arts, and it was certainly in Detroit. There were Yiddish societies, there were Shalom Aleichem, there were various working class societies, and these are exactly the people I think that you're talking about, the people who, they weren't sure where their next buck was going to come from necessarily, but they saw their working class lives embedded in a kind of cosmopolitan culture and a cosmopolitan politics, right, that was about a group of people trying to come together despite various differences and fight for the rights of people. So one of the things that I think is really interesting when Beryl talks about this large structure of financing and the housing market that really made it very difficult for whatever individual proclivity was for sort of justice to win at the end of the day. I think at the same time, Jews who especially were on the left had some understanding of, a different kind of politics, a different kind of economics that might help people get out of it. And one of the stories, as I've traced Jewish life in Detroit, that's been really interesting to me is the story of communists and leftists. Not necessarily, card-carrying members of the Communist Party, but people who were sort of fellow travelers or who were on the left, and the ways in which they really worked to make some very productive kinds of collaborations with African Americans who were entering Jewish neighborhoods, the ways that they used cultural and sort of cosmopolitan spaces for interracial cooperation. in the east side of the Hastings Street area, when Jews left, a lot of Jewish merchants stayed there. And there was concern as early as the late 30s that the Jewish merchants who were staying there were exploiting the black residents, whether the blacks were employees of theirs or simply people who were patronizing their stores. There was concern about this, and there was some bad press, and a bunch of mainly people who, as far as I can tell, had some communist affiliation, said, we're going to start something and try to really empower people to talk about why this exploitation is wrong. Well, in response to that, a group of more liberals, so not people who would have called themselves communists, but more liberal sort of institutional Jews, in a sense co-opt that agenda and say, yes, right, we need to create a merchants association, we need to educate merchants about how they should behave. And what you see happening into the post-war period is the left being eviscerated by McCarthyism, by all sorts of, sort of the domestic side of the Cold War. And that left voice, which really had, I think, reached across and made some very productive kinds of strides toward a different sense of how politics and the economy could work, was losing its power. And you have point blank records of different Jewish leaders saying, what we need to do is sort of take the left's agenda, but make sure no one thinks that we're really left. Right? Because it was dangerous. I mean, there were HUAC hearings, McCarthy hearings in Detroit in the early 50s, right? It was dangerous for a Jewish institution to at all appear to be sympathizing with communists. But there were Jewish leaders who I think were thinking a lot about what they could take from that kind of working class leftist heritage and try to use it. It's not a story of a great deal of success, and I think that we would probably agree with that. But I think it is more of a story of a lot of different individuals trying to figure out ways that they can work within a system that's not entirely of their making, at the same time that sometimes the exact same individuals are exploiting that system and benefiting from it.
Thank you so much. Well,
Yeah, I totally agree with Lila about that. And I just want to say, as far as the political culture of the communists in the 30s, you could say it's cosmopolitan, but I know from some of this has to do with the old generational thing. The first generation that comes, the immigrants, their children, and then the third generation. There's a trajectory of change that's typical of most immigrant groups. The first group, they speak the language of the home country, and they're essentially, they're Ukrainians, they're Europeans, they're Russians, and then the children are mixed, in their culture, and then the grandchildren are much more Americanized. It's very typical of the second generation to not mix that much with others. I teach at a campus that's heavily immigrant, and people always say, well, how come all the Indian kids only hang together, and all the Pakistani kids only hang together, and all the, Puerto Rican kids only hang together? And I'm like, they're second generation. What do you expect? That's who they're comfortable with. So as far as the popular funk culture, it's the 1930s, and it's in a period of second generation. These are the first people born in this country. And the culture was Jewish dances, Jewish insurance companies, the International Workers Organization, Jewish health insurance. My father went to the Jewish People's Institute for everything. He went to a Jewish community college, So I'm just questioning the cosmopolitanism. The way the communists understood things is that you should have pride in your heritage, and then you could have coalition. So it wasn't so cosmopolitan as much as strengthening people within their own culture, which I think is perfectly good. But I don't think we should call it cosmopolitan exactly. And it was a culture that you could easily transfer to Skokie, and was transferred to Skokie. Not the leftist part, but the institutional aspect. But as far as the crushing of the left is hugely important, my father was able to remain, he was not silenced because he was self-employed. That's the only reason. He was a self-employed attorney, and he was able to continue he was not thrown out of any organization because he wasn't in any. Otherwise, he would have been purged. And he kept a focus on class, on the working class, which he understood African Americans coming into his neighborhood as fellow working class people that he should respect and care about in that way. But that is a vision that was crushed, as Lila has said. So I think it's, he said, follow the money. You know, we want to understand what's happening. Look at the people in power, not the people without power. The liberal vision is, why can't we all get along? It's personalized, it's individualized, and it erases the fact that the very people who are promoting this vision are often high, you know, people who are, like I interviewed mortgage brokers who would never lend to a black person, but who were very involved with open occupancy. Because open occupancy is about, don't insult the person by saying you can't live here. It's not about, we're going to change the flow of credit so they can live here. So I'm just saying this crushing that Lila is talking about is absolutely fundamental to the collapse of a possibility of a true engagement at a deep level in changing communities between Jewish and black that might have gone somewhere.
Thank you so much. Well, thinking about this sort of system in which there's a variety of complex decisions that were being made on the part of Jews, could we think about, given the current re-engagement with the city, what the legacy of this period is for Detroit and for Jews and for the Jewish community?
I'm still like in the 1950s. I thought we were going to have 20 minutes for each decade. I think that there's certain responses that if we move quickly, say, to the 1960s, right, I think that there were certain responses that the Jewish community had to what was happening in Detroit in the 1960s, whether pre or post riot, that are instructive to what seems to be happening now. One of the things that always strikes me is that really immediately after the 1967 uprisings or riots or whatever term you want to use, New Detroit as a sort of business, private sector but with public engagement kind of body was found. So the riots are July 1967. New Detroit, it's like, you know, a week later, these business people are getting together and saying, okay, you know, how are we going to rebuild? What are we going to do for Detroit? And one of the patterns that's clear, and not just in Detroit, but in a lot of American cities, is after the so-called urban crises, and then lots of sort of bleeding of federal funds from cities that both exacerbated those crises and then had them sort of continue and extend well beyond the 60s. There's a real privatization of sort of the people in charge, the people in power in cities, right? You know, who should heal cities, who should repair cities. There's more and more, and there's an irony that just as black people get the majority of the electorate in cities, just as they get into office in cities, power from the public electorate in cities is being taken away, and you know, on lots of levels. And there's not one engine that's taking it away. It's not necessarily a totally malicious thing. It has to do with large structural forces. But those elected officials who are kind of entering the political scene in the 70s and 80s are guiding cities that have very, you know, shrinking tax bases, shrinking federal investment, don't have sort of the public base that cities, then when we think of sort of the romantic era of Jewish urban life, it's at a time when there was a whole different sort of structure of federal money being pumped into cities. So you have the depletion of a kind of strong public force in cities, and at the same time you have the rise of private investment in city really calling the shots. Right? Really having the power. You have a lot of tax abatement programs that enable that to be so. And I think that talking to people today from Hudson Weber, from Quicken Loans, from some of the big players in Detroit who are really trying as good people to make Detroit a vibrant place, it's a very privatized kind of model. And it's not a model that has figured out how to really productively engage with a public. And it's no, again, you know, I don't mean to cast blame. I think that we haven't figured out how to have those conversations that deal with race and class in really productive ways. And I also think that there's not public money that could be used instead, right? So the best answer when I served on a panel and with somebody from Hudson Weber, and I bit my tongue after I said this, but I said, wasn't it a little oligarchical what's happening in, the power of a few sort of calling the shots about what's happening in this Midtown area of Detroit? And then I said, I think what you should say back to me is, well, is there public money? Are there any other forces that could possibly be doing what we're doing? So it's a really tough situation, but I think that one of the things that I hope we talk about today is just how sort of few private individuals with a lot of funds and with access to city tax abatements and state incentive programs are really able to determine the contours of what Detroit is becoming. How do we broaden that conversation?
Yeah, that's totally correct, and that's as well said as it could be said. The question is the legacy of the past. I mean, I feel like since I'm a historian, I should run you through a little bit 40s through 80s or so. The legacy of the past and how it influences the present. That's the question again. It's right. The legacy of the past is very much what Lila just said. I mean, what she's describing, this situation where a few people with access, lots of access to both credit and political capital and economic capital can shape the city, is the same. That hasn't changed that much. And what I want to walk you through, I think what we need to think about is we're talking about a city that is now largely African American, Detroit, correct? So given that, this is what happens to black communities is inextricable to any discussion of Jewish Detroit at this point. It wouldn't be the case in a city where that's not largely black, but in this case it is. So I think we have a gut sense of what Jews lived through. Ask your grandparents, ask your parents. We don't necessarily know what was happening on the African American side, but yet we are intricately connected to one another if we're talking about this urban space. So the legacy of the past to the present is the legacy, unfortunately, of quite relentless financial exploitation of black Americans in cities. And this is systematic and it is national. And it has nothing to do with culture and it has nothing to do with personality. And so from the 30s through 1968, federal policy made it next to impossible for any African American to purchase property. This is fundamental. Jews could. They had other restrictions. Occasionally there were restrictive covenants in certain neighborhoods. But they had access to capital like every other white ethnic. Blacks did not. This is particular to them. It has nothing to do with their character, culture, or personality. It had nothing to do with their creditworthiness. They were borrowed from all the suburbs. At this point, I've read that in 1980, the proportion of African Americans in suburbs was 5%. That's in 1980. Now, this is not a matter of that they're urban people and they like to be in cities. This is a matter of that they are systematically excluded. And this is well known. So they're stuck in cities. They cannot get loans to purchase in cities. If they want to survive there and get out of the worst areas possible, like most people would want to do, crumbling areas that had seen no infrastructure investment since the 20s, they had to turn to speculators. Private people with access to capital in a way that African Americans were completely barred. And in Chicago, the way that worked was speculators, some Jewish, some not, had close relationships with savings and loans. They would get funding to purchase properties from Jews, whites, anyone at, again, reasonable prices. They would then sell to blacks at unreasonable prices who had no choice but to deal with them. The way they would sell was on the installment plan, on contract. The way it was set up in Chicago, and I would not be surprised if it was not similar here, is since black people couldn't get loans, they had to buy they had to buy on installment, which is the way they bought furniture, the way they bought everything. On contract, the land contract. Well, I know what it, yeah. So you know about this. Okay, so they brought on contract, and just so you know what that meant was that you made a down payment, you were responsible for taxes, maintenance, insurance, and interest. But if you missed one payment at any point in your 30-year contract, the person who sold it to you could repossess the home, and you got nothing. No equity, nothing. Now, given that they sold these properties at double to quadruple market value, you were paying very high monthly costs. And if you missed one and you lost the property, you lost your down payment, you lost all the maintenance, you lost everything. This happened systematically in Chicago. It sounds like it happened in Detroit. This is what looted these neighborhoods. Private individuals with access to capital manipulating the fact that they had it and black people didn't. I'm talking about the 40s through like 1970. After that, and one of the things that black people could do to keep the property was to overcrowd it, because if you bring in 2 families, 3 families, and subdivide it, then you can maybe squeeze out the money to make those exploitative payments. You miss the payment, you lose everything. White real estate people were throwing out African Americans who had no choice but to deal with them and repossessing those homes and selling the same property 3 times in a year. You know? So, and this is each time it's a grave, grave loss. Meanwhile, whites, Jews included, could buy a house in the suburbs sometimes for no money down, if they're vets, for very little money down, $200, $500. In the city, they were putting down far more. You know, so they were paying more, getting less, overcrowding their properties, which means overcrowded schools and declining services, and the Jews, whites, anyone else around them says, what's wrong with them? As soon as they come in, the place falls apart. What's wrong with them? They don't understand the deeper structure. And here are the blacks working, killing themselves to survive against huge obstacles, and they're proud of that, but their neighbors don't get it. And if a Jewish person or a white person stay in those communities, all that it meant, once they're redlined, once black people come in and you cannot get a loan to improve your house, to sell your house, to do anything, the only person who could get that house when he was a speculator who has unlimited access to his favorite savings and loan buddy, to whom he gives huge kickbacks to thank him for giving him the loan. Those people will buy from you, but they will buy from you for less and less the longer you stay, which is what happened to my father, and I'm sure it happened here. The longer you stay, the less your property is worth. They starts out your property is worth $8,000, they'll give you $7,000. A month later, they'll say, stay put, we'll give you $6,000. Or less, until they won't give you hardly anything. And meanwhile, you're stuck in this overcrowded neighborhood with lousy schools, and that's supposed to be your choice because you like the city? I don't think so. In the 1970s, you can get credit, but there was something called the FHA HUD scandal, which devastated Detroit more than any other city in the country. This was another scheme around private actors benefiting by federal, poorly planned federal programs. Basically, what they said was, no one ever loaned to blacks. Now, if you loan to blacks, and urban blacks, we will guarantee the loan 100%. The federal government said they would do that. But this program was designed by rapacious mortgage people who knew a way to make money from it. And that basically what they would do is, in the 70s, people would pour into cities across the country, buy a slum property for $5,000, have a corrupt FHA officials appraise it at $20,000, 4 times, same thing. And then say, all we need is someone to buy this place because it doesn't matter if they can make the payment or not, because this property is guaranteed. And so they would get in desperate people to put down a little money and live there, and then they can't make a payment, throw them out, just like in contract selling, same deal, except a generation later maybe. And then tell the federal government, look, they couldn't make the payment, pay me. Detroit had the highest payments, $500 million in 1973 money, so it's multiplied by 8 or so, of payments to corrupt brokers and mortgage people in the country. The riots of 1967 were responsible for the destruction of 2,500 properties in this city. The FHA HUD scandal of the 70s was responsible for the destruction and abandonment of 25,000 properties in this city. It is 10 times the number, and it is invisible to our understanding of history. That is not good. In the 80s is when the laws began to be changed to set the stage for the current subprime scandal. That's when they instituted adjustable rate mortgages, balloon payments, all that stuff. And starting in the 90s, these loans, the subprime loans, which are highly exploitative and which are only given not to help people buy property, but to ensnare them in the highest possible debt, which is then sold off to Wall Street for profit, and nobody is hurt except the people who end up purchasing those securities in the end, or the people who live there who are horribly over-indebted. We're at it again. It's never stopped. That's the history we need to know. If we're going to make this city better, you have to know what brought it to this condition. I mean, obviously, it's only one part of it. Deindustrialization, the fleeing of industries, which often moved from, to areas to the south, to areas where, instead of having 40% black employment, you had 2% black employment when industries relocated from Detroit to southern Ohio or something, And if the African Americans could not go with them. Rarely. So, and there's no help for the hourly employees, only for the salaried ones. Guess who's hourly? So we need to know this, we need to connect to this, and this is what will make a future possible, a real future that's not a replication of the same kind of situation that Lila just explained, of a few people making plans for their own, basically for their own benefit, however pretty it may sound. We need to widen this conversation throughout to the Jewish community, to the black community, to everyone who's involved, with a historical understanding that is solid.
Thank you. Yeah. I don't know it because I know Chicago. Well,
Just before we open up the room for questions and for comments, we wanted to hear for a moment from Patty Becker, who was involved in the 1989 demographic study of Jewish Detroit.
Okay, I have to also say that I'm a demographer and I worked for the city of Detroit from 1968 until 1989. I'm a native Detroiter. When I read Lila's paper about Detroit, it was like reading my childhood. My parents were very much involved in the activities that Lila described in her paper. You have to realize that city limits are an accident of history. That, for example, in Cleveland, the Jewish community left the city much earlier than in Detroit because the west side of Cleveland, the east side of Cleveland, where the Jewish community was, isn't very big. And the old suburbs like Shaker Heights abut it, and they came in, so that the Jews were moving into the suburbs in Cleveland probably right after the war. In 1989, we did this study, and we didn't interview people in Detroit because the study couldn't afford to interview people everywhere, and we had to stay in the core. And the core at that time was Oak Park, Southfield, Farmington Hills, north of the freeway mainly. We did it by telephone exchanges, so it wasn't by city limits. And West Bloomfield, and Birmingham, and some of Bloomfield, the southern part of Bloomfield Township. We came up with a population of 96,000. And that astounded everybody. Nobody believed that the population could be that big. And what it was is, my kids left, my kids left, my kids left. But there were so many kids born during the baby boom. Plus, there were people moving into Detroit from other cities. So we had a population. I didn't bring the report of the study with me. You can get it from Federation, maybe, if they still have it. And if they don't, I can make a copy for you. But we had about, I think, maybe 11,000 outside the core, and the rest in the west of Wayne, Oakland, Macomb County, not including Washtenaw County. And the rest were inside the core. one of the things that was going on at the time was something called the Neighborhood Project, which Federation had started in an attempt to keep Oak Park and Southfield Jewish. They wanted to try to avoid a repeat of what had happened in Northwest Detroit, where it emptied out and left the institutions behind. And that worked for about 20 years. Although in the end, most of the people buying houses in the Neighborhood Project were Russians, because we had a big influx of Russians coming in. And as they gained, enough economic power, I mean, they were just like any other new immigrants who wanted to make it. And so they bought homes when they could. Or Orthodox families, who of course are, concentrated in the Oak Park, Southfield, Greenfield corridor. So that really made a difference. Also during that time, Federation itself moved. When I started working for Federation in '89, we were downtown. And we moved at the end of '92, I think it was. And that was a big thing, I think, psychologically. That was the final abandonment of the city, where the meetings had been held out up north anyhow. I don't know how many times we trudged up a large freeway in snowstorms to get to meetings at 5 o'clock. It's important to recognize that Jews need community. I mean, sitting here listening to what Lila and Beryl have said, the core is extremely important. I wrote about this in the 1989 report. The core is people and institutions, from synagogues to kosher vendors to the doctors and dentists to the funeral homes. And wherever Jews have been, they have established this kind of community. And the community has moved, and institutions have been reestablished with each of these moves over time. Another point, the last point I want to make, is that Jews differ from other ethnic groups because we are not attached emotionally to our property. We never owned property in Europe. Catholics lived on farms that they had. And Catholics, when they bought homes, and Protestants, when they bought homes on the GI Bill, like on the east side of Detroit, they wanted to stay there till they died. They wanted to pay off that mortgage as fast as they could and then stay rooted until they died. We don't have that kind of attachment. When it's the right thing for ourselves and our families to move, we do.
Thank you so much. Maybe that's a point that we
One more sentence.
Okay.
That is why Jews are always the first to move in the black movement. And it's an important point to remember. But things are different now because everybody's much more dispersed and because we finally at last have open housing.
Thank you very much. We're going to open up the floor for some questions and comments. I think that there are microphones that will be floating around, so if you'd like to begin.
That was great, Patty. Thank you. I have that study at home, and I often use it, the '89 study, and what you wrote was brilliant. I didn't believe the 96,000. The next study in 2010 or 2000, whenever the next study was, 2005, the next study said that the 96,000 was probably overstated. But when I didn't believe the 96,000 and read the study, I realized that it was more than what I thought. I learned as a schoolboy in Detroit in 1950 or 51 that there were 85,000 Jews in the Detroit metro area, and that was the number that was in my head. And then people kept moving out and moving out and moving out. I didn't know about the people moving in because they didn't, what you said in the study was, many of them didn't move to the core. You had Jews from other places that moved downtown, like Harriet now. I didn't know them then. You had Jews that moved to Grosse Pointe. which had always been restricted. And then you had Jews living in Canton and other places that, well, I didn't know about those people. I only knew about my mishpacha, you know, and my parents' friends. You know, my family had already been there since the beginning of the 1900s. So the people I knew were all in the core. And when I couldn't believe the 96,000, I guess I said, oh, wow, there's all these other people. And I think it said 20% or something like that were outside the core.
Do we want to take a few questions and comments and then come back? Okay, great. Other hands up, please.
Good afternoon. Hello, Patty. First of all, I want to thank you for the presentation. As someone who thinks she knows it all, I learned a lot. And I think I learned a lot because you put it very well. Beryl, your picture is very accurate for Detroit in terms of many things. And you're the first person I know, I'll stand up. Okay. You're the first person now who spoke about land contracts in a conceptual way that I've always felt was an absolutely crucial part of the changes that took place in Detroit. But there's a second piece to that, which is if you hold economics constant, Jews are in professions and businesses versus government and corporations. That means they have access to credit as individuals, not that whole big structural thing, the mess that you described and we are having now even more so in many respects. In terms of a number of things, I was listening to Citizens United about the issue of that and how money and hidden money can make differences. But the land contract was able to be done even on an individual basis because you had your business to put up as collateral. You had access to dollars through the friendships you had, because if you weren't a banker, you were a dentist and your banker was your customer, which corporate people, even holding the same income, did not. So you have the psychological aspect that Patty spoke about, of the commitment to where you were versus the historical commitment to move on and not have a property concern that Jews kind of had. And you had the ability to do that not only in this great big structural way, which I think both of you put very well and is very important, but you also had it even on an individual level. And so you talk publicly. Here's your public-private. You talk publicly about welcoming people. You kept your mouth shut. You didn't take violence, like the East Side, where you had Catholics and you had violence because you didn't want to leave, and you'd publicly say so, but you left and you were able to do so. And the structural issues are so important, and thank you for reminding everybody here how important those hidden structural issues are, because we're living with them now. Sorry to give you a little speech.
Give it one more.
Hi, I have a question. So to continue with the hidden structures, could you, either of you, talk a little bit about the impact of highways in Detroit? Because there we have an example of a misuse of public dollars also. And this is all over the country in urban America, so, but in particular to Detroit.
Absolutely. I mean, and that, had we more time, that would have eventually come up, certainly. I mean, in the 1950s, when there were federal highway projects, there were lots of reasons for that. And actually, one of the really interesting reasons has to do with national defense, right? I mean, that it was defense dollars that were really invested in the national highway projects. But, the car won in Detroit for obvious reasons. And you can look at the geography of the city and how it was shaped by those highways, and how property was taken via eminent domain to get those highways in place. And the fact that there really has never been, since the building of the highways, any public transportation infrastructure in the city, right? Which makes a big difference when you think about class issues as well. So it's a critical piece, and it really does show how federal policy and federal dollars, this was money that they were giving at the same time that they're subsidizing suburbs through all sorts of other programs. I always chuckle when I think about how people are so certain our country was so wed to a very, private capitalist model at this time, especially during the Cold War when we were defined by that, because there was totally, in a sense, really socialized subsidy of suburbanization, of white people moving away from cities, and the highways really do illustrate that.
Yeah, I'll just say about this Jewish access to credit. I mean, that sounds right, but most white people had some way to have credit. I wrote about contract sellers, these who exploited the people who bought on contract, but they were not all Jews by any means. It depended on the neighborhood. There were, if it was a Greek neighborhood, they were Greeks. If it was a Polish neighborhood, they were Poles. So this is something that Jews shared because of their whiteness more than because of their Jewishness, I think. And in fact, a lot of the savings and loans were not Jewish-owned. And so the Jews were middle people, here again, where they made the deal, but they were not ultimately responsible. And if the savings and loans had been willing to loan to creditworthy African Americans in the same way that they would loan to these speculators who they knew were wreaking havoc, it would have been a different story. So I think we should keep that in mind as well.
I had a question specifically for Professor Satter. Excuse me. You commented a lot on the role that the real estate industry and banking industry played in Detroit and Jews leaving Detroit. Can you comment also on the role that government played? We hear a lot today, in particular, about people leaving the city because of poorly delivered city services. When did that start, approximately? And also, my understanding is that there's been a lot of federal dollars that have been poured into the city of Detroit starting presumably in the 60s, and I know running right up through today. To what degree is a mismanagement of money? And then, I guess one last thing about the mortgage policies, the role that Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac and the guidelines and the pressure that they put on lenders to lend in areas that maybe lenders didn't want to, how that all played a role.
Right. Okay. I'll answer, and I'll have Lila as well, because I think she knows a lot of these details. The role of federal policy, well, from the 30s to the 60s, it was to subsidize white flight, and as far as it not working, it worked beautifully for whites. It gave them the nest egg of property ownership that they could use to finance their children's education or to pass on inherited wealth to their children. So you can't say it wasn't a good program for the people it was designed to serve. It worked for them very, very well. It just worked terribly for the people who were excluded. In the 70s, the FHA HUD scandal was a jointly designed private federal program, and I think the problem with it was too much input from mortgage brokers and owners who knew that they were basically writing a ticket, a big check to themselves. But as far as other problems in the city of Detroit in terms of financing, I mean, this had to do with much broader issues of deindustrialization. The Chrysler, the crisis with Chrysler in the 70s, and they finally got a bailout, in 1980, I believe. But before that happened, I mean, this was not the fault of federal mismanagement. This was a product of global changes in the way capitalism worked, with technology that allowed people to make different parts of the car in different parts of the world that they couldn't do before, because the air technology, the computer technology did not allow coordination across such expansive space. So this is bigger, but it hit Detroit harder because this was more of a one industry town, and the industry that was hurt, one of the biggest industries that was hurt in the 70s because of the oil crisis and because of sort of laziness and lack of foresight on the part of American auto industry, was cars, and this is a car city. So, but in the 70s, when the tax base of this city was wiped out, because of the crumbling of the major industry, which pays taxes, which pays people who pay taxes, which employs people with every supplier is hurt when the major industry shuts, and all the industries that supply it, from department stores to screw makers, are all hurt, and this hurts everyone. And that's when layoffs had to happen in this city. So I think it's a bit complicated. It's not federal mismanagement, but it's an interaction of private and governmental policies which are skewed against cities, unfortunately. People left in cities because of private discrimination are African Americans. And then, private changes in the nature of industry that hit the whole world in the 1970s when there was a major restructuring of how products were manufactured, but hit Detroit harder.
The one thing I'll just say, because I know there are a lot of questions, is I think there's a tendency to say, starting in the 70s or so, the political life in Detroit just became very corrupt, and it was a mess, and there's scandals, and I think it's a misunderstanding of a few different things. I mean, first of all, there's been, we were just talking about Chicago, right? There's been a lot of urban political corruption throughout history, and we could talk about the reasons for that. But the other thing is to really understand that the governments that were formed in Detroit in the 70s and beyond had much smaller tax bases, had far fewer resources to work with, and I mean, you have to, I think, understand it had an industry that had always guided the city to success since its formation, and that was no longer doing it, that in fact was causing the city a lot of problems. So, I mean, you're working with a very depleted set of resources, and you're also working with a very different political climate with a certain kind of radicalism demanding changes that were trying to sort of blow apart structures, and the tension between operating in the structures that existed of political governance and that sort of radicalism that was really saying, to hell with it all, it's completely wrong, I think was really explosive as well. So there's a lot more that could be said.
We have time for one more question.
Just ahead. Just an observation, though, if you don't mind. We've got a lot of information coming from other cities, but I've lived here all my life. I've heard a lot of information that's relevant to Chicago or maybe some other areas, but some of the things you said do not ring true about my experience in the city. So I wonder, if we spend enough time focusing on Detroit when we're generalizing today.
I want to make what.
The Jews left Detroit. They built their own suburbs. And now suddenly there is a claim towards Detroit. I mean, Dearborn has no claim to Detroit. It's a suburb, and there are, the Jewish community suddenly sort of claimed Detroit to be its own city, while they invested all their energy, money, communities in their own neighborhoods and suburbs. The suburbs have their own mayors, city halls. So I don't understand, I mean, I don't know the logistics, but are those communities have places in Detroit City Hall? What is the relationship? How many Jews really live in Detroit today? How many are living there? And my suggestion, since I'm more, sort of connected to Wayne State University, I don't know if you know about it, but there is a revival of downtown. And there are lots of people moving into the downtown of Detroit. So I would suggest if the Jewish community has still property, and I know that they have some property downtown Detroit, this is your time to do something. This is your time to bring Jews back into Detroit.
So we'll be talking about a lot of those issues throughout the day. So a lot of these things will be addressed. There's going to be a lot of discussion about Detroit. The goal here was to provide some of the historical framework to help us think about people's individual experiences. And we're going to need to move to a break now because we have a lot more coming up. So Katie, if you want to.
Great, thank you so much. I think we'll reconvene at 11:15 for the next panel. So take a break and come back, and we'll pick up on where we left off with these sorts of questions. Thank you.
And say their names now, and they'll also restate them at the beginning of their portion. Their bios can be found in your program. I encourage you to check them out there. So maybe we can go around now and just say who we are quickly.
Hi, I'm Jerry Cook, and I'm the delegate from the Michigan Jewish Historical Society.
All right. Excellent.
Hi, I'm Harry Reisick. I'm here today as a delegate from the downtown city.
Yeah, I had a feeling that was it.
I'm Harry from as a delegate from the downtown synagogue.
Good afternoon. I'm Harry Saperstein, and I'm not a delegate from any place. I'm actually a fill-in. I'm really Eugene Dreiker. I do look a little different. I don't have quite as much institutional cash as he's got, but I've lived in Lafayette Park, Detroit since, I'm supposed to say my name, but it's relevant. I've lived in Detroit since 1963. Thank you. Harriet Saperstein. Did I say my name?
I'm Marcy Orley, and I'm president of the Women's Department of the Jewish Federation of Metropolitan Detroit. I guess that's who I'm a delegate of. Thank you.
I'm Scott Kaufman. I'm the chief executive of the Jewish Federation of Detroit.
Hello, I'm Sarah Crane. I work for the Jewish Community Relations Council.
Hello, my name is Eli Newman, and I'm a junior here at the University of Michigan.
Hi, my name is Kate Bush. I've been a Detroiter since my birth in 1982.
So the format for this section is each speaker will have 5 minutes to talk, to answer the question you see above you. Then we will follow that up with a question and answer period. So if you would just jot down notes of questions that come to you as our speakers are talking to us, we will be happy to have you address those to them at the end. Also, we have our lovely timekeeper, Ms. Liz Kahn, in the back there. So all of our panelists will be looking at her. She's graciously keeping time, so we'll be respectful also of her hand motions for wrapping it up. And without further ado, we'll get started.
Are you starting with me?
Yes, we will go this way.
Okay. Well, I was born in Detroit. I'm Jerry Cook. I was born in Detroit in June of '42, and then Dad went off to World War II. And when he came back, my parents bought the house on Sturtevant and Linwood, which is near Central High School in Detroit. And at that point in time, in the late 40s and early 50s, 90%, roughly 90% of the Detroit Jewish community of metropolitan Detroit lived within a 2-mile radius of Central High School. And in my particular area, closest to Central High School, 85% of my neighbors were Jewish. So I lived in a golden ghetto. And unlike Lawndale, we had every economic status. If you had more money, you lived on Chicago or Boston Boulevard or Calvert or one of those streets, and if you or Russell Woods, and if you had less money, you could live in the next block over. So I could walk to my buddy and Zadie's. I could walk to my aunts and uncles. If mother wasn't going to be home after Roosevelt, after elementary school, I went to Aunt Daisy's. It was, in Hillary Clinton's words, a village. We had a village, a shtetl, right within the city limits of Detroit. And in '53, when I cross-examined my parents at age 11 and permitted them to sell their house in Detroit for $11,000 and moved to the $18,000 house in Oak Park, I moved from one ghetto to another. My next-door neighbor, Barry Pinsky, now lived around the block. It was, Mickey Mallon, all the kids from Sturtevant either ended up in Northwest Detroit or in Oak Park. When I graduated as president of class of 1960 at Oak Park High, 83% of my graduating class was Jewish. So yeah, we moved to the suburbs, but in the words of Lila, some of the Detroit stuff I think was important, but there's some of the Chicago stuff that might have been a little bit different. Chicago had a bigger Jewish population, and Detroit's population, I think, why do I lead bus tours? Please join the Jewish Historical Society. Please buy the video. I'm one of the stars of the video that was shown on public TV. It's amazing. It's wonderful. And for $25, see me, and you can buy one and give it as a gift or donate it to someplace after. Okay, so, I worked downtown in Detroit for 42 years until a year ago December. So I commuted from, my wife and I lived as a single guy in downtown in Lafayette Park. My wife and I, as young marrieds, lived in downtown Detroit, and then we moved to Southfield, and then in 1972 to Farmington Hills. So I live by 14 Mile Road, and the city limit is 8 Mile Road, but I was in Detroit every day. I was paying Detroit income taxes, and at night and on weekends, Barbara and I were back in Detroit. So, we weren't afraid of the city, and we continued to go. And when we joined the Jewish Historical Society, we started to be docents on bus tours. The Jewish Historical Society has taken thousands of suburban Detroit Jews back to Detroit, or in the case of those who are younger, they're seeing Detroit for the first time. They didn't see it when they stayed on a freeway canyon and got off to go to a ball game. Now, why do we care? Why does the Jewish Historical Society run these tours? Why do so many people come on the tours? They love Detroit. Even the people who've moved to L.A. gave money last summer, and in Chicago and New York gave money so young Detroit Jews could live in Detroit. Jews who lived in Detroit, I don't know about everybody else, love Detroit. It was a very good city for us. We did very well. And there's a lot of nostalgia, but not enough nostalgia for the typical bus tour person to be willing to go drive down there on their own. I'm nuts. I did it. I had a little brother in the inner city. I kept going into Detroit, but most people wouldn't do it. And until we would go on a bus tour, they wouldn't do it. So they love the city. They have happy memories of growing up in Detroit and of having businesses in Detroit, of going to shuls and schools in Detroit, and where Bubby lived and where Aunt so-and-so lived. It's in everybody's genes. And the younger people who didn't have it have heard so much about it that they want to see what it is that the other generation is talking about. And the part that I love is that when we take the Sunday school kids who are 5th and 6th graders, we thought they'd be bored and that we were wasting our time, but it turns out they like it too. They like learning. I got it, one more minute. They like learning about Jews who helped fugitive slaves escape in the Underground Railroad. When the number of Jews in Detroit could fit on the bus, 5 of them we know of were helping fugitive slaves escape to Canada. They like learning about Hank Greenberg in the 1930s, who became Jackie Robinson's inspiration for how do you deal with all the prejudice. And the kids like seeing the river, and they like seeing the new development. And what we're hoping, and I always say to them, one of you has to be the tour guide one day. So what we're hoping is that we're planting the idea from kids that are junior high all the way up to the senior citizens, come back to Detroit. You don't have to be afraid of it. Come back and enjoy it.
Hello, again. Is this on? Yeah? Good. All right. My name's Harry Reisig. To give a little background and context, I also was born in the city of Detroit and raised in Southfield at about 12 Mile and Southfield Road. My parents bought a house there in 1977, a few months just before I was born. And I grew up in Southfield Public Schools sort of my entire life through 1995, where it was an interesting time kind of growing up. I kind of call it living at the city gates. The schools, Southfield Public Schools, when I started in, 1981 or something, when I started kindergarten, 82, was predominantly Jewish. And then most of the kids that I started school with then moved out to the suburbs, further out, to Farmington Hills, West Bloomfield, and kids from the city of Detroit, whose parents, largely middle-class parents, wanted to put their kids into better schools, started moving into Southfield. And so when I graduated Lathrop in 1995, it was 65% African American, about 20% Arab American, and a whole mix of everyone else. And then I kind of left Detroit, I think, in 95 mentally for about 15 years. The only school actually in state where I actually came to was the University of Michigan. It was here in Ann Arbor. It was a beautiful little bubble, and I said, wow, this is so different than Detroit. I love it here. And it was a start of a really interesting sort of time in my life where I started really exploring on my own what my own Jewish identity meant to myself. I kind of grew up in a very traditional, conservative kind of family where you did more than you believed. And so I started really exploring what Judaism meant to me on my own terms philosophically. And through most of my 20s was sort of a deep exploration of traditional and Orthodox Judaism. Spent several years studying in yeshiva in Jerusalem, taught high school in northern Israel. And then I went to school. I was in Philadelphia, and I was working as an attorney in New York, anywhere really but Detroit, and never thought I'd ever be back here. about 2 years ago, I started coming back to the city of Detroit. I was developing a program. My background is I'm a lawyer and a criminologist, and most of my energy is focused on developing a program for men coming back from incarceration. We want to build a high-intensity farm in the city for men to come on a 10-month paid fellowship where they're working and learning the skills to start their own small businesses. So just to step back for 1 second. So most of my 20s was an exploration of sort of like traditional Judaism, and I was living in Philadelphia in a very sort of involved community, and then in Brooklyn and New York, very sort of involved communities. But then sort of my 30s was sort of an stepping away from Judaism for a long time, or for at least for several years. And I lived out in California. I did sort of the good Jewish thing, and I spent time in Buddhist meditation and living up on the side of a mountain and going hiking with my dogs, and had been to synagogue twice in the previous 2 years that I moved to Detroit, after being a regular at Minyan pretty much every morning for about 7 years. So I'd moved back to Detroit and was initially I was living with my parents, and then I found a place in Corktown. Now I live near Belle Isle. So I'd moved back to Detroit and was starting to really get to know what was going on around the city and the neighborhood. And so one night, about 2 months after I'd been in the city, it was late summer, or maybe early September, and I was meeting a friend for a beer. We were kind of like, well, not a friend, we were kind of networking and sitting and talking about some of the farming things that were going around the city. And he said, it's Friday night, I've been really meaning to, I've heard about this downtown synagogue. I've heard there's some cool things kind of going on there. I thought I'd go check it out. He works with the Capuchins and is sort of also a sort of a lapsed Catholic. And he says, downtown synagogue, there's some good people there. So it's Friday night. It's around 7:30, 8 o'clock or so. And I'm coming. I know services were around 7. I'm very late. And I pull up. I drive a little like two-wheel drive, like a little tiny Ford Ranger pickup truck. And I pull up right in front of the downtown synagogue, parked right there. And I'm wearing like my jeans, and I think I'm wearing this exact same shirt. It's sort of wrinkled, and I'm feeling very disheveled, you know. And I'm like, okay, I'm coming in, and I'm driving my pickup truck. I'm not feeling so frum, coming in late to services on a Friday night. And I stepped out, and there's about 6 or 8 people that are sitting outside. And I think, oh, well, maybe they're waiting for a minyan. They're standing outside. They're sitting there, and I realized actually that they were having services sitting out on the sidewalk. And if you know the downtown synagogue on Griswold Street, it's an interesting block. There's Cafe de Mongo's next door. There's The Grind, which is a dance establishment. Across the street, and I kind of pull out, like literally I parked right in front of the synagogue. I'm wearing like my jeans and sort of this disheveled shirt, and right in front of the synagogue, late services, and they're in the middle of services, and I'm feeling a little bit sort of awkward and uncomfortable. I don't have a keeper or anything, and I see someone who I knew growing up, this guy, David Colton. He's standing there leading services, and he sees me, and he's like, Harry, I can't sing. Do you know the melody for this prayer? And we're in the middle of Kabbalat Shabbat. I'm like, yeah, I know the melody to Kabbalat Shabbat. So within about 30 seconds, I started leading services at the downtown synagogue. And that's what's been really, like, to me, what's really made it felt like home at the downtown synagogue, is that there's people who come from all sorts of different backgrounds and perspectives, and everyone has something that they're adding to the mix. Whether they bake beautiful challahs, or they, can organize and be able to have great community meetings and conversations and lunch and learns, or they help lead services. And it's been really this really incredible, heartwarming sort of homecoming experience, where I felt sort of this 15 years away, and lots of exploration, all were part of a larger plan to be back home. So I'll pass it, Harriet.
Good morning. Now, you're in Detroit area. You got to say good morning back. It's one of the things other cities don't do, but we all do it. So we know you're all awake. I did this as a kind of, thank you. I'm Harriet Saperstein, and basically I'm a ex-sociologist turned planner and developer, now theoretically retired. That's the way I describe it. And I'm going to do this kind of as a little question and answer, because that's the way I actually was outlined. Zach Rosen was once doing an article for the Red Thread for the Jewish News. He caught me. He asked me questions, and at midnight till 2 a.m. I'm writing all the answers. And it really did speak to my heart and my head, and I still have it in a format, and it works for today, I hope, for you. The first question for me is, why did I come, why and when did I come to Detroit? 1963, My husband got a job at Wayne State University. Those are the days that you went where your husband went. Later on in life, he went where I went, but at that time, that's what you did. And basically, we chose Lafayette Park because neither of us, we wanted an urban environment. And one of the key values for me was an integrated, mixed setting. My in-laws, my husband's parents, really never understood that. They didn't know why we didn't move to a, quote, Jewish neighborhood. My parents were more tolerant, but then my father almost didn't go to my brother's bar mitzvah, so you know where he was coming from. He did, but not really, kind of, not, okay. So we found in Lafayette Park, basically, people who shared our values, whether or not those values came from the history of Judaism. Tikkun olam, if I want to put it in the Jewish tradition. And did I have a sense, Zach asked me, of out-migration at the time? No, but it wouldn't have mattered. What I was looking for was a diverse community. What I was looking for, the newness of the housing. I'm not one who likes to fix my house. I love living in a co-op where someone else takes care of everything. We were attached to the green environment, and we were also attracted to the cooperative nature of it. We still live in a co-op. We live in a kibbutz. It's a very mixed kibbutz. There are about 10 different ones, but we live in a kibbutz, and that's a very important thing for me. Did I ever think about leaving, he asked. And of course, the answer is yes. I kind of looked at Huntington Woods on occasion because we had friends there. I looked at other places as I worried about schools. But the balance of the integration, the values, and the commitment that Lafayette Park and Detroit offered me was more than any pull could possibly be. We were cultural Jews, not religious Jews. We actually tried to do something religious, and let me comment that several of us who had young kids wanted to do something Jewish for our kids, so we went to the downtown synagogue. May Rabbi Gamzee rest in peace, but he was not very supportive of activist, intelligent, verbal women. And so we didn't end up at the downtown synagogue. It's very different now. And we found Jewish Parents Institute. They left, just as my kids went to college, they left the Northwest Jewish Center, and that's good because I'm not sure we could have or would have followed them to West Bloomfield. Why did I stay? That's one of the questions. Well, first of all, I had my career in Detroit, and I was committed to Detroit. And living in Detroit meant that what I did for and with Detroit had an edge to it, because I was doing it for myself as well. I was a resident. I had to do. We were willing to pay the price of carefulness. And let me tell you, I am aware of the price of carefulness, and I was aware of the poverty and the social injustice, and that gave me an edge to the way I looked, and it strengthened my commitment to make a difference in the troubled and troubling city of Detroit. And it's still a troubled and troubling city. Maybe because the housing costs were relatively low, we could do a lot of other things. We could travel. I never wanted a big house. I wanted to travel, and that's what I did. And that allowed me to do it. And I brought international things into my house. I had about 10 exchange students over the time living with me. I only counted if they're 3 months, a summer, a winter, or a year. They all went to Cass, by the way. Okay. Detroit has also been very good to me professionally in my career. I'm lucky. I can touch and feel what I did. If you go down to the riverfront, there's a lot of people I work with, a lot of people who get credit. And every so often said, well, she's the one that started the riverfront. Yes and no. Let me be honest. Yes and no. I honchoed a lot. I kept the focus on it. But a lot of other people. There's nothing I would have done point blank without Coleman Young and without the council at that time. God help us with the council these days and various things. I went to teach at Wayne, and then I left the college classroom in the summer of '67, in June of '67. An interesting time to decide. The city was falling down around my ears and my eyes, and I had to be on the street. Now, I'm not going to walk the street. There's a lot of ways you can walk the street. That wasn't one of them I was going to do. But basically, I needed to be there. And I went to work in the poverty program, and Patty, that's probably where we met at those times many years ago. And the opportunity to make a difference, basically, was something that was very important to me, and I had to be involved in the action at this point. Last thing, just before I left, I was going away for the summer. I actually owned 2 houses in Lafayette Park, which is technically illegal because I had rented it and then had to come back to sell it. Was talking to a police academy. This is June of '67. And the last question after I talked about it, I'd worked for the League of Women Voters, done a police community relations study. Why do we need an outside group? Why do we need a civil group to look at what's happening inside the police? And a guy asked me a question at the end of this, and he said, do you think there'll be a riot this summer? And I stood there for what seemed to be 5 minutes. It was probably 30 seconds, maybe a minute. I can remember what I felt. I can remember what I wore. And I said, yes, I didn't know. I thought so. And it would be because of someone in that room, and I wasn't blaming that person. It was a tinderbox. There'd be a riot. Somebody couldn't handle the crowd, and all hell would break loose. It's exactly what happened. Last question, because I only have less than a minute, is how has my Jewish identity been shaped by being in Detroit? Because I've worked primarily in an African-American city and a black community, Highland Park, after I left working in Detroit. I've really discovered the importance of faith and religion in terms of social action. I don't think there's often enough of that. I'd like to see the churches doing even more outside their own community and the larger community, but I can't argue that faith and religion have shaped particularly African-American leaders and how they see the world and what they do in a very positive way, rather than what I'll call the way we're getting in politics these days, which is if it's not my way, leave religion out of it, but my religion has to be first. But we'll go that. So for me, I need to see that interfaith activities, including Jews, including Christians, have to be strengthened, that the old Jewish black civil rights activities have to come back again, and they can. We share a history. If we're not coming in as missionaries, if we're not coming in as know-it-alls, and if we're coming recognizing that if we don't live together, we die together. That's true nationally, that's true locally, and that's true in every neighborhood that we live. So I also still dream, and I still want to do what I can do in Detroit, and I still live in Detroit and will continue to live in Detroit. There's no place else I want to live. I love the city. I sometimes get angry as hell at it, but it is the center of a large area and has to be strengthened as part of that large area in an interfaith activist way. Thank you.
I don't know. I can see this, but then I can't see you. It's sort of a problem. Anyways, I really wasn't sure how I was, Marcy Orley, sorry. I really wasn't sure how I was going to approach the idea of doing a narrative about Jewish Detroit, because I consider myself to be really the first generation that didn't experience Jewish Detroit as being part of the city of Detroit. I mean, I have a very formative memory of being at Camp Tamaqua in the summer of 1967, and they told us on picture day about the riots, and we all were sobbing in our pictures. They were the worst pictures that were ever done at Camp Tamaqua that summer. But after that, really, my generation experienced Jewish Detroit as being outside of the city. My mother, who is also invited to speak here today and couldn't, has her memories, as Jerry does, of being a very small community, 2 high schools. We were all spread out. It was very different. And my experience of Jewish Detroit is really more in the communal aspect. It's very interesting, though. I feel that I was much more spread out. Jews were in every high school in the suburbs. My kids, who are all connected on Facebook, have a very different experience. I feel that their experience is much more like the one of my parents, because they really know everyone. They're connected to every kid who's a friend of every other kid, so they've almost come full circle. And their experience of Jewish Detroit is also knowing everyone who's around. It's a very interesting and different thing. Anyways, my personal story is really that I grew up in a house that was filled with real models of Jewish leadership and Jewish commitment. My mother, who is not here today because she's literally having 90 people for Seder the first night and 120 people the second night, and I am not kidding, that is not an exaggeration. I'll show you the pictures. Anyways, she has been involved with everything, president of American Ort. She was a past president, as I am, of Federation's Women's Department. My father, David Hermelin, was deeply involved with every aspect of Jewish communal life. He was president of the synagogue, Sher Tzedek, which meant so much to him. He took on leadership roles at Federation. He was national president of Israel Bonds, international president of World Ort. So I really grew up in a home where Jewish leadership and commitment was just part of everything. And really, my personal experience was that the center of the Detroit Jewish community was in my living room. And it wasn't always pleasant. I do remember getting out of the shower when I was a teenager and a group of Hadassah women was walking in the bathroom. Oh, your mom just said we could look around. Thank you. It was, no. But, what I really thought about today's event, what I thought about was, what is it about Detroit that really, my parents were not unique. I mean, Detroit produces national, international Jewish leaders at a, scale that no other community really does. So what is it about Detroit that produces this incredible leadership? What is it about Detroit that, it's a very special place, and I think that this conference partly is about that. It is a very special place. About 15 years ago, I was participating in a Federation leadership training program called CLAL, where we brought in rabbis and educators from all over the country for a leadership group. And Rabbi Kula, who was there for one particular session, started an icebreaker where he was going to go around the room. He said, "This is a wonderful icebreaker. I've done it all over. We're going to go, and each one of you is going to say where you were born." And we looked at him like, "What are you talking about? You're in Detroit. We were all born in the same hospital." You know, we knew each other's grandparents. We knew where everybody lived growing up. We, knew who's everybody's ex-girlfriend and ex-boyfriend was. I mean, that we knew everything. My sister-in-law, it made me think about my sister-in-law moved to Detroit from Los Angeles. And she'll say to me all the time, "Oh my God, all you do is go to funerals." And it's true. We go to a lot of funerals. Why? Because my sister-in-law moved to Los Angeles. Her parents moved from Toronto. Everybody who lives in Phoenix and Denver and LA, they've left their families back east. I mean, it's a broad generalization, obviously, but we live in the same city with our parents, with our grandparents. We are really, when we say we're connected as a Jewish people in Detroit, it's very visceral. We're really connected to everyone. And it's just really, it's not just words. And there's a lot of people, obviously, who moved to Detroit later in their lives. And I was just talking with Arthur Horowitz about the last Jewish population study. But when I heard about the Jewish population study and saw the statistics, what I really thought was, we live in Anatevka. This is the last place where people, I have to end now, yes? Okay, 1 minute. Even those of us who weren't born in Detroit choose to affiliate at higher rates, choose to educate our children Jewishly at higher rates than other places in the country. The study shows that people who make the choice to live in Detroit really make the choice for the whole package. And I had a young leadership group at my house last week. I had a couple who just moved here from moved from D.C. a few years ago. They had no connections here, but they found the community to be so nurturing. Even after he lost the job that brought him here, he decided to stay. It's a very special place. So I guess I have to end, but I think that there are certain things, I don't know whether they're in the water. I've chosen to take this path of Jewish involvement because I feel I'm here in Detroit. There's a reason that I'm a Jewish woman in Detroit, and I can make a difference here. And that's what I choose to do. So. Thank you.
I'm Scott Kaufman. I'm going to mix in a little bit of my own personal narrative as it relates to Detroit, as well as sort of the Federation and where that's going. I was born in Detroit, lived in Lafayette Park. After the riots, I think I was about 1.5 or 1 year old, we moved to the corner of 14 Mile and Middle Belt. 6 months later, we moved back to Lafayette Park for 6 or 7 more years. So I was probably the only post-riot Jewish kid to move from West Bloomfield to Detroit. Probably my most memorable childhood moments was, I think about twice a month it felt like, we would walk to Hudson's. And it was an amazing, I could, that's 40 years ago, and I can remember those images as if they were yesterday. It was a very powerful, indelible experience. And, so let's fast forward to now. I'll leave you the boring details of the next 35 or so years. A few of them spent here in Ann Arbor, but I don't remember those very well. When I became the executive at the Federation, I saw an existential crisis. For 100 years, what our Federation did is its job was to take care of the Jewish community. And it mostly did that by raising money and distributing money. We never had to talk about why. It just was. There were formative things that happened, whether it was immigration, Holocaust, founding of the State of Israel. There's always something. There was also the geographic proximity that people talked about. It was a shtetl. So we never really got into any of that. We took care of needs. That's what we did. What I saw was two things going on. One, I had a very scary moment I was having at Starbucks with the group, just a conversation, trying to learn the community with a bunch of 25-year-olds. And I went around the table and said, well, how many of you are, let's say, closest group of high school friends that you graduate high school with, so 7 years before, live here. And it ranged, I'd say the average of the conversation was 10%. Now, if you would have had that conversation with me 7 years post high school, it would have probably been about 30%. If you would have had it with my father, it would have been probably about 60%. So, at some point, the demographics overwhelm. So we're here living in this, so we have two things going on. A, we have to reinvent our federation as one that not only takes care of the needs, but is in the vibrant Jewish future building business, which is really a radical concept for a federation. I remember having a conversation with one of our largest donors saying we need to invest significantly in attracting and retaining young people. And they looked at me, well, that's not what we do. And I said, well, we take care of the needs, she said. And I said, well, then who's going to take care of those needs when everyone's gone in 20 years? So that was sort of a tipping point. She said, well, it kind of makes sense. So, how do you attract and retain young people? And this gets to the Detroit piece. If you survey them, there'll be all kinds of reasons, jobs, quality of life, blah, blah, blah. It comes down to two basic things. They're looking for people to meet and things to do. And what was very clear to me was having a great city is essential to that. If we're going to win this attract and retain battle, we need a viable city because, as Dan Gilbert likes to say, they're not moving to the suburbs of Chicago or the suburbs of New York. They're moving to the city. So, sort of we had to think about what are our strengths? Because when you're building a brand, like a federation or organization, you have to be honest because people, particularly the millennials, they see through any marketing, bullshit that you may send out there. So there are two core things I thought, what are our unique selling propositions as a community? Well, there are two of them. One is, and you've heard it on the panel, people from here have an incredibly deep connection to place that I believe is unique in all of America. It's not just the Jewish community, it's the Detroit community. There's a certain visceral connection, and the moment where it crystallized for me was the 2 Super Bowls ago when the M&M commercial came on for Chrysler, and all of a sudden you saw on Facebook and Twitter, everyone who ever had any tangential connection to Detroit lived there. There's a swelling moment of pride, and that kind of spoke to it. It also really was clear to me when the Super Bowl was here. I had some out-of-town guests who worked for ESPN who went to every major sporting event in the world, and as we were walking around by the Super Bowl, they kept commenting on how connected, how the people were so proud. They'd never seen anything like it. It's not like these other places. It's not like Miami, Los Angeles, Phoenix. So, connection to place. The second one is, this is the greatest city in America if you're in the reinvention business, if you're in the making a difference business, this is the blank canvas opportunity. I gave a speech at the business school here not long ago. And, these are the MBAs. These are the guys who are going to take over the world. And look, they can go to New York and I'm sure make a lot of money. But if you really want to make a difference, and this was my message to them, this is the place to do it. So, what's happening now, whether it's some of the things we're doing like the Live Detroit Fund, moving young people downtown, the great work at the downtown synagogue, the Moishe House, all the things that Dan and his partners are doing at the Quicken companies to kind of re-energize. A lot of it's changed the narrative. The energy makes the difference. That's what's going to drive it. Because it's not just these big projects. It's lots of individual little projects. And I've seen an incredible change in the Jewish community as it relates to Detroit and sort of seeing how really Detroit, we were a non-player in Detroit. Let's not kid ourselves. The Federation was not, when it moved from Madison to the suburbs, and I got to be honest, we're probably not moving the offices back anytime soon, but it was just sort of off the radar for a generation or two. Now it's on the radar. It's we're still in the needs business. That's our main job, but this is an important part of how we think and how we do. So thank you, and I'm going to hand it to Sarah.
Hello again, I'm Sarah Crane. Now before I get started on my narrative, I have a question for you guys. Who knows the motto of the city of Detroit? Anyone? Just call it out. In Latin. It's Spirimus Meliora Resurgit Cinerbus. Sorry if I messed up the Latin. But basically what it means is we hope for better things. It will rise from the ashes. So we'll come back to that. But that right there is what attracted me to Detroit in the first place. So I'm a lifelong suburbanite. I was born at Sinai but raised in Southfield and Farmington Hills. Basically grew up in the Federation building. My parents have been very involved for a very long time. But by the time it came time for me to decide what to do with my life post high school, I was kind of ready to get out of here. I wanted to be my own person, separate myself from the identity that I'd gained with people saying, "Oh, I remember you when you were this big." I wanted to be me on my own. So I applied to a number of schools out of state and one university in state, the University of Michigan. But it's a great school. Didn't expect to go here because I just, I wanted to get away, try something new. Of course, I came, toured campus, fell in love. So I came to U of M for undergrad. But during that time, I was still convinced, I needed to get out, go other places, try something new, see new things. So I did alternative spring break trips. I went to Chicago, to New York, to Kentucky. I worked with people from all different backgrounds. I did service learning experiences and learned a lot about other places. I also traveled outside of the country. Did service learning trips in Iceland, in Senegal. I had these amazing experiences where I got the chance to see that there's wonderful things happening in other places, but there's so much that can still be done here, and so much that I can do in my own community. So finally, by the time I graduated, I realized that I actually didn't want to get out of here. And not only did I not want to get out, I wanted to be in the city of Detroit and being a part of everything that's happening here. We hope for better things, but not only do we hope for better things, people of Detroit and of Metro Detroit are making better things happen. And I saw that. So as I searched for what was next, wasn't really ready for a real person job. That wasn't for me quite yet. And grad school wasn't there for me either, because I wasn't sure what my focus was going to be. So I started looking around at job fairs anyway, because what are you going to do if you're not going to get a job and you're not going to school? And I started looking at the places that were focused specifically on Detroit, and in particular those places that weren't your traditional jobs. And I found City Year Detroit. City Year is an AmeriCorps program. They bring groups of young adults ages 17 to 24 together to tutor and mentor students in the city of Detroit. It's all over the country and in other countries as well, but I was here in the city. And so I applied, I got accepted as a senior corps member. I was a team leader for my team of 8. We were at Phoenix Academy in Southwest Detroit working with middle school kids. And let me tell you, this was just, an experience like no other. I couldn't even comprehend what I was going to be expecting to get there. As a suburban kid, I'd gone downtown for Tigers games. I'd gone to the Fox Theater. I'd never walked around the neighborhoods of Southwest Detroit, explored and found favorite restaurants, interacted with the residents. We were tutoring and mentoring these kids, and you really get to know people and to see that there's so much hope in the city, and people want to be here, or there, I suppose, in Detroit, and they want to make the city the place that they want to live in. And throughout my time, I also had the chance to work with dozens of incredible nonprofits and see the wonderful things that are happening. We saw places like Summer in the City, the Greening of Detroit, Earthworks Urban Farm. I guess I'm naming lots of greening type places, but there were others as well. And everywhere you look, you find somebody who's doing something wonderful and amazing and completely homegrown. Everything that's happening here is happening from the base up. There are people who are here, want to be here, and are doing things that they truly believe in. So let's come back to that motto. We hope for better things that will rise from the ashes. I don't think we're quite at the ashes stage anymore, thankfully. That hope and that belief that we can do something has really brought Detroit to a better place. And I hope that I can be part of bringing Detroit to that next level.
So I guess I'm Eli Newman, I'm a student here at University of Michigan. I guess my Detroit narrative started since I was born. But I only really started thinking about it once I started college here. During those freshman kind of awkward times where you're like meeting people from different states, talking about where you're from. I'm from Newark, I'm from Deerfield, all these different cities. And originally I would answer these questions by saying, oh, I'm from West Bloomfield. And people would kind of give me those like peculiar look. They don't know the geography of the state. So eventually over time I would say, I'm from Detroit. And I thought that was it was phony. I'm not from Detroit. I'm from West Bloomfield. And I didn't grow up in Detroit. It had no connection to me personally. I grew up in a household where, I guess, some of the other speakers, where they were post-riot. They grew up in a post-riot age where Detroit was seen as this place that used to be, and that's kind of how I grew up, where it was just a place where I would go to see the Lions, or just different things that I didn't really necessarily feel a connection to. I grew up, Kwame Kilpatrick, all these really negative ideas of just what Detroit was. And but as I started college, I started to reflect on, well, if I'm saying I'm from Detroit, what does that mean? And what is my connection to it? As I said before, I grew up in West Bloomfield. I have a decent history as being a Michigander. My grandfather was born here. My grandmother was born here. Some inter going around through Windsor and everything, but I consider myself a third-generation Michigander. And I started to think about, what does that really mean? What is my connection? And I would think about what the path of my ancestors were, I guess. They came from Detroit. My grandparents grew up in Detroit. My father grew up in Southfield. I grew up in West Bloomfield. And I see it moving out inch by inch every generation. You have to think, where are my kids going to grow up? So, I don't know, I guess college is the kind of time where you reflect on what you want to do with the rest of your life. And so, kind of Detroit took like a backseat for a while. So in my head, I would think about it. And one day I was walking with a friend, and I happened to see my friend Brad, who was telling me about this alternative spring break program through the University of Michigan Hillel Jewish Detroit Initiative, where we would spend a week in Detroit learning and doing different Detroit things. And I've thought to myself, I've really never spent more than 3 hours in that city at a time. And I thought that was such an odd thing, because when I would talk to my other friends that had grown up in different places, they would say like, oh yeah, and we would go to the city during the weekend. And I would never ever, before, I would never call the city Detroit. It just wasn't, I didn't have that connection with it. So I joined the spring break program. And so this is super recently. This is February. So everyone's been talking about their long history with the city, and I'm just kind of in the throes of it right now. But as for what we did in Detroit, we were all, there was 8 of us. Some of them are here today, actually. Great people. We were in Southwest Detroit, Mexican town, and we were staying at the summer in the city house. And half of our days were spent at the Amelia Earhart Elementary Middle School, which was really within walking distance of the house, where we would spend times kind of helping out in the classroom, being teachers' assistants, really seeing the students. My students were pretty young, kindergarten, first grade, but we were there in the Detroit public school system, and it was interesting to see the difficulty they had, but the effort that all the teachers make and the administration have with doing things. So there were certain rumors that were kind of like put away, but at the same time, there's another school across the way, Maybury, which was shutting down, and I met students. I met a student there that was a current student. He must have been in 5th, 4th grade, and his school's shutting down. And eventually, they're going to have to move to the Amelia Earhart, where their classes are already at 30 kids each for one teacher, and it's a lot for these teachers to put on. So besides doing that, we were the other half of the day we would also spend at the Latino Mission Society, which was a Catholic Lutheran church, which had this really interesting bowling alley at the bottom from the 1920s. So not automated; it was all manual, but it was kind of like this space that had kind of been left to collect dust and not really do anything. So our group took it upon ourselves, along with other students from the Amelia Earhart Middle School, to paint and kind of like restore to make it a place where students could come and have like a safe place for after school. So during the entire trip, that's what we did for the entire week, and we also learned about different Detroit things and connected Jewishly with it. We visited the downtown synagogue, and my time is up. But the point is, I guess what I'm trying to say with what I did, I took the time just for 1 week to see what it was all about, and there is the people there. There's really a lot of hope. There are strong people, and there's something really admirable about it. So I really believe in Detroit, and I really believe in we're rise from the ashes, as we say. Thank you.
So again, my name is Kate Bush, and I have to tell you, I'm not usually a nervous speaker at all. And today I find myself particularly nervous because this is a topic that I just hold so dear to my heart, and I hope I'm able to convey my story to you. I thought about using that trick to deal with nervousness where you picture somebody naked in the audience, which is why you'll notice I'm not making any eye contact with Ben Falick. Sorry, Ben. So I'm completely humbled to be amongst these speakers on this panel. What does Detroit mean to me? It's quite simple. Detroit means home. My mom, Judith Magid, grew up in Detroit and attended Mumford High School. My dad, Neil Bush, a New Yorker, came to Michigan to attend U of M Law School. So after marrying in 1978, they bought a house in Detroit's University District neighborhood at 7 in Livernois. I asked my dad why recently. Why in 1978 were you moving into the city? And he was very proud to say that he was making a statement against the segregation, and he got a beautiful house in a beautiful neighborhood to boot. Why not? So I grew up as a young child riding my bike through Palmer Park and spending Shabbat morning taking ballet classes at a church in Eastern Market, followed, of course, by Shabbat lunch at Zeff's Coney Island in Eastern Market. I attended elementary school at Golightly, a DPS magnet school. I was one of a handful of white students and an even smaller handful of Jewish students. Each September, I have memories of bringing in apples and honey to the class and explaining the story of Rosh Hashanah based on my teacher's requests. After 4th grade, my dad pulled me out of Golightly. He noticed that my education was suffering the impact of the decaying school system, so I moved to Friends School in Detroit. And when it came time to talk about high school, Cass and Renaissance were discussed as possibilities, but I could not imagine going from a class of 9 people to a class of over 900. I spent the next 4 years driving north on Woodward to Roper. My Jewish identity was really formed by spending my summers at Tamarack camps. It became customary for me to answer the question, "Are you really from Detroit?" Like Detroit? Almost any time I interacted with my Tamarack friends or my high school friends' parents. It was really then that it occurred to me how unique it was that we lived in Detroit. And I was proud to answer that question. Yeah, I live in Detroit. When I left for college, I was pretty sure I was saying goodbye to Detroit. After 4 years in Montreal and some time in Sydney, I came back to Detroit in January of 2005 when my dad suffered a stroke. I figured I'd stay long enough to get him back on his feet and ended up landing a job working for Mary Ann Mahaffey, then president of Detroit City Council. I fell in love with my job, I fell in love with this city, and rediscovered my passion and pride for my home. My then boyfriend, now husband, who I met when we were 17 at Tamarack, decided he would join me in Detroit, and we started to plant our roots here. We're fortunate to live in the carriage house of a historic home in Palmer Woods, the Prentice Mansion. After Mary Ann retired from the city council, I began working at ePrize, where I was proud to be part of this hip young company that draws on some of Detroit's finest talent. So now what? Well, quite honestly, my story is not so unique anymore. Dan is in a graduate program at Wayne State. He teaches math at Akiva. He takes the Woodward bus regularly. We spend Saturday mornings at Eastern Market and our free time exploring the city, running on the River Talk, and on the River Walk, and we celebrate all the Jewish rituals at the downtown synagogue. I'm proud to be a Detroiter. I'm excited to be part of the dialogue and the excitement about Detroit now. Now, instead of frequently asking the question, "You're really from Detroit? Like Detroit, Detroit?" I'm often told of stories of people who are proud to say that their children or their friends are moving down. Last year, there was a town hall sponsored by Quicken Loans and Community Next. There were a lot of questions from young people in the audience saying, how do you live in Detroit? Where would you grocery shop? Where would you do your dry cleaning? And I proudly stood up and said, I'm doing it, and I'm happy to share how with you. That offer still holds true. Now I think about our future in the city and my future in the city. I love being a Detroiter. I'm proud of my upbringing in the city, and I'm proud to be part of this movement. Thank you.
Thank you to all of our panelists for those rousing stories. And we will now take questions. One thing I did want to mention is that clearly, as you can tell now that we've heard from everybody up here, there are a lot of voices in this room. And so in the interest of that and encouraging those of you who are not up here to be vocal as well, we do encourage that you engage with the people at your tables, share your own stories, and talk about some of those that you've heard here as well. So question and answer period begins now. Do we have questions for our panelists? Speechless? Oh, okay.
I'm pretty blessed. My two children still live in Detroit. One's a lawyer, one's in this program. My biggest issue is for the younger parents here. I have so many friends who turn around to their kids and say, don't stay in Detroit. Go to New York. Go to Chicago. Go to California. What's in Detroit? Your family, your home, your roots. How do you tell this generation to stay here, that there is a future?
Anybody who would like to answer?
Interestingly, I had a conversation with 8th graders at Hillel I'd say about 3.5 years ago. And we talked about where they see themselves living. And they were clearly getting the message from their parents, get out of Dodge. I had a similar conversation a few weeks ago. Different kids, same age, 3 years later. And they had a much more positive attitude about Detroit. So I think what you're saying was absolutely true, and it was probably the biggest hurdle to overcome, because no matter what we did as a community, if that message at the dinner table was the key message, we were going to lose that battle. But I believe it's changing. I think it's changed significantly. And one of the things that, I think we have to come to grips with is the pace of change of narratives is 10 or 20 times faster because of social media than it was a generation ago. Trends that used to take a decade take 6 months. So whatever things are going, we can turn them around much faster. But I saw firsthand that narrative, it wasn't unanimous today that the kids, but it was clearly quantitatively better than it was 3 years ago, the message of whether they should think about building a future here or getting out of Dodge.
I was just, thinking, when I was growing up in the early 90s, I graduated high school in 95, and there was a few friends of ours who stayed here because of family or those sort of relationships, but those were the kids who were never going to be follow that left-handed path where they kind of go out and explore. And, those who, when I was in Michigan, no one went and, did alternative spring break in the city. It was you were, the consciousness of being part of the city, there was really this tremendous exodus. And what's really exciting to me now, and I think what I really appreciate, for example, the community of downtown synagogue, it's all people who are here very intentionally. That in one way or one manifestation for other, they're here to be able to make a difference. They're here to be part of a positive movement across the city. And so, I never thought I'd be back here, and I do love New York. Philly was a great city. I was living in Northern California, but it wasn't where I was supposed to be. And so for a lot of people, some people, might be there because, of parents or family or that sort of issue. But I think most of the people who are living downtown are there because they feel that they're living here is going to make a difference, and they want to be involved and on a broader scale of being a positive citizen of the city. You know, a city that's lost social capital for 50 years, of all, you know, every stripe and color and type, that we say we need to be reinvesting and being part of it. So I think as we're starting to think about the future is how can people be involved and what sort of opportunities, because there's so many people who want to be involved, and unfortunately there still isn't enough, there are not enough jobs. For all the kids who are graduating Michigan now who want to be involved and positive in the city, there's not enough placement for them. I hear that all the time. And so we have to think about, I think, a little bit future, how could we, as I think as Federation, be involved in broadening sort of our integration into the city and being involved in a lot of movements. But
Okay, second question we've got back there.
So just a question, because it was resonating with me when I heard people saying again, like, oh, I actually live in Detroit. And I'd be curious, and I grew up here, went to day schools here, still here, my kids are here. The people who are living in the city, what's your perspective, again, on those of us who, listen, I'm in West Bloomfield and I'm probably staying there. Are we a part of this renaissance? Are we not a part of this renaissance? Is it different? You know, again, what's the functionality there?
Sure, great question. I'm going to let Harriet answer.
It is absolutely essential that we recognize that you have a right and a privilege to live in West Bloomfield and that you are part of Detroit, just as we are part of West Bloomfield. If we don't recognize that as the larger region working together, neither Detroit nor West Bloomfield, neither of our kids will stay or our grandkids will stay, and neither of those places will go. So what's my feeling about that? You have both the right and the privilege to do that, and what I want to do is find some ways that we can work together in some joint project that crosses those lines once during the year, twice during the year, or recognize that we both have things that we can gain from with each other.
You know, it's so true. When I decided to donate something to the Summer in the City House by Clark Park in southwest Detroit, I didn't get a ticket, and I drove from my house at 14 Mile and Orchard Lake to Clark and Verner. I think it was 20 minutes or 25 minutes. You know, these freeways that help destroy the city also make it very easy to move around the city and be there. And, you know, but we won't be a city. The city of Detroit will not return to 1,850,000 people, which is how many people it had before 1,100,000 left. You know, to go from 1,850,000 to 713,000. Think about that. But we don't have to get there. We can have a little more space between houses. We can have more parks and more greenery. It's quality, too. It's not just quantity. And the answer, that's a great question, and it was asked when I was on the, quote, migration task force at the Federation, and we went around the room, and I knew two-thirds of the people around the table. It was a huge table, the square table when you open all the dividers at the Max Fisher building. And, you know, at that point, 2 out of my 3 kids were still in Michigan. Now it's 1 out of 3. But, you know, everybody who had the same question, what about jobs? And the answer is word of mouth. If you know about a job, tell everybody, because I know more people who want to get their kids back to Detroit, and the kids want to come back to Detroit. So it's just word of mouth. And create your own job. You know, this innovation and entrepreneurship and stuff that's going on. It's fascinating. But come on our bike tour August 19th. You can see the city up close and personal. 20 miles inside Detroit with 10 stops. Come on the boat tour on the Detroit River. Get your feet wet, get your sweat going, and come on, experience the city.
Quintessential promotion from Jerry Cook here, so definitely want to check that out. Yes, question in the back, please.
Hi. I want to thank you all for telling your stories. You're very inspiring. I love the idea of an alternative spring break in Detroit, and what it sort of reminds me of is Birthright. We're exposing our young adults to Israel at a young age in hopes that they're going to grow to love it in a very short time. And what I'm thinking is we should be doing the same thing in Detroit in every way possible, taking high school kids, taking younger college kids into Detroit and exposing them as much as possible to the excitement that you're all generating. I think that's wonderful. My other idea is, like Jerry was saying, we need to get jobs for young adults so they don't leave. Why isn't our Jewish news publicizing like a job board? Why aren't people who have jobs to offer putting ads in the paper where people can see them? Why aren't we doing what we can to recruit jobs for our young adults so that they do stay and then get involved in these wonderful programs?
I think we have time for just one more question, is that right? Oh, we've got a couple of questions. Excellent. Look at us with the time. Okay. Yes, Deborah, please.
This is a general question to all the panelists, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. We're in a new century, and yes, we had some excellent historical perspective offered earlier this morning. I'd love to ask you to speak to what your vision of a Detroit of the future would look like. What would it look like in terms of its socioeconomic composition, in terms of its residential patterns, in terms of its occupational structures, in terms of how Jews live together with others? I'd love to see some future visions.
Sure. This is actually a fantastic foresight on your part, because that's another question that we're going to be talking about after lunch during our plenary session. So if it'll be different speakers then addressing that question, but if there's somebody on this panel who would like to speak to it.
I just answered that question.
Oh. Jay feels he's just answered that question, so we've got some overlap here. Anybody? Harriet? Sure.
I see a diverse region, a mixed region, both inside the city limits and outside the city limits. I see a city that is indeed under $1 million, maybe it's 700,000, maybe it's 6, maybe it's 8, with lots of parks and greenways connecting the two pieces to it. I see more eds and meds throughout the area because that is one of our strengths. We might as well build on it. And if we're talking about a service economy, I'd rather have eds and meds than have McDonald's and churches. Although we have to have the church's chicken, not churches. We do need those. Sorry. So it's a dream. Dreams become plans, plans become projects. And if you pick your project towards that plan, towards that vision, we'll move forward.
Marcy, sure.
I can't speak to future demographic trends or really specifically to your point, but I did talk about Jewish communal action, as did Scott, because we have a very, very strong Jewish community. And really, our major emphasis has always been historically on taking care of the vulnerable in our community, Jews here in Israel, all over the world. But I also see in the future the resonance of Jewish communal action in taking care of the city and taking care of the larger community. Certainly, the particularist and the universalist is always sort of a tension in the Jewish community, but it really resonates with everybody that we're attracting, with all of the investment that the Federation is making in bringing young people back, into really making a communal difference in the city, not necessarily just acting as Jewish individuals, but as a Jewish community acting communally. We're extremely powerful. We try to be a light unto the nations, and really what we do as a community together raises every boat, and I think that that's very important, and we'll continue to act more in the city, in the general community, and I think that that's something that we can do as a Jewish community more powerfully. So,
thank you. So, I'm told that we're getting ready to eat once again, so we're excited for that, but we're going to take one final question over here. Oren, yes?
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank you for these very inspiring stories and narratives, and part of what happens is I think about how I could have my kids who grew up in Michigan sitting here today who are now in New York listening to this. But it also raises a tension that I want to bring up, because I feel it sitting here listening to it, and I certainly feel it in the work I'm doing now that's in and around Detroit. And that is the question of as we find more Jews and other whites moving back to Detroit in the inner city, how do we work with the tension of a place that's over 80% African American? And one of the specific tensions, for example, I'm working with, and with a lot of folks in the sort of food and food justice movement now in and around Detroit, which is as some of you know, is an exploding movement right now with new jobs being created in many of our organizations. A big question comes up is how do we find qualified young African Americans to fill these positions? Because this is a movement that needs to grow from the population that is there in Detroit, not get populated by folks who are moving back in. At the same time, I really respect, honor, and want to fuel the passion of young white kids and Jewish kids to be part of this. So I don't stand here with an answer at all, but I stand with a question and a tension that I think all of us need to also be considering.
It's a really great question. Thank you. People to speak on it?
Why don't we leave it as a question, because that's a good question for us to deal with at our tables.
Okay.
The key is the internets can't just be, the advertisements can't be just for our other Jews. We don't create jobs for everyone. We won't be there. And I didn't need to answer that because that's a good question.
Okay, fantastic. Did you have something? Oh, okay. Well, thank you to all of our panelists and our question givers. I will now turn the microphone over to Alana Schumann-Stewart for some more fabulous announcements.
Okay, so we are ready for lunch, and how we're going to do this is we're going to call you up by your table. So one other thing I want to mention is that we encourage all of you to continue the discussion over lunch, as the screen suggests, because we know there is a lot to talk about from what has been discussed so far this morning, and will lead us into the discussions in the afternoon. So without further ado, let's start with Woodward Avenue. Let's do, maybe I'll call another one. How about Ferry also?
I'll take a different seat so I can meet other.
with the afternoon programming. Before we do, there are a couple things we want to just speak about. First of all, we want to thank all of our sponsors for today. This really would not have been possible without the help from the sponsors that are located on the front of your program. The Jewish Federation of Metropolitan Detroit, the Ben Title Charitable Trust, University of Michigan School of Social Work, Jewish Community Leadership Program, but also the School of Social Work, Progressive Jewish Alliance and Jewish Funds for Justice, Honest Tea, Ask Big Questions, Repair the World, Hillel here at University of Michigan, the Frankel Center of Judaic Studies, of course, and I actually already thanked, but the School of Social Work Community Organization Learning Community also helped to support this program. So we'll thank our sponsors. And of course we want to give a really big thank you to Simply Scrumptious, which catered today, and Lori, and really really made a lot of effort to make it kosher and so accessible to all. So thank you so much, everybody.
Okay, how is everybody feeling? Are we feeling nourished in our souls and stomachs and minds? I'm going to ask those who are at the back to try to come forward and find a seat, especially so that you can once again pick up your handy-dandy remotes and we can ask a couple more questions. So if you can come from the back, find a seat, or at the very least find a remote, press the power button again on the bottom, and I'm going to ask you to just hang on until I'll say that the polls are open before you press your buttons. I know we get so excited to be able to have our votes heard, but I want to make sure that they're all heard, so we'll wait until polls open. Our first question of the afternoon. Have you ever ridden the People Mover? I'm going to open this up now. Yes, no, what's a People Mover? Which I think I asked Josh Cantor the first time he ever talked about that thing called a People Mover. And let's see where we're at. All right, so majority yes. Would somebody like to share what is one of the cantors? Would anyone like to share what the People Mover is? Yes, it's like a monorail that runs in a circle in the downtown core and moves people from one place to the other. And everyone should get off at every station to see the arts at each station. Thank you very much, Faye. It moves nobody nowhere? Or everybody everywhere. Okay, we're moving on to the next. And we're opening up our poll. Do you feel more connected to Detroit or Israel? A, City of Detroit, B, Metro Detroit, C, Israel. I won't make you answer the question. I would just encourage you to think about the question and if you're ready to provide an answer. And the polls are open. Okay, let's see where we are at. Wow. 16 for City, 23 for Metro, 24 for Israel. Great, very interesting. We have one more before we move on to... Was I wrong? Well, I think D was the, I don't want to answer that question. I heard that loud and clear. Okay. And we're going to move on to our last one of this round. What most draws you to the city of Detroit? Polls are open. Sports and culture, home, volunteerism, nostalgia,
and food. You can only pick one. I know it's hard. What most draws you? And let's see where we are. Sports and culture in the lead. Wonderful. Thank you so much. We'll be back later to close off the day. Please power off so that we don't run out of batteries by the afternoon.
Okay. I hope everybody had fun with our clickers and an enjoyable afternoon meal. We're now coming to the plenary dialogue portion of our day today. So like with the narrative panel, I'm going to not spend a lot of time introducing our guests because in the course of their dialogues, I think you'll find out a little bit about them as well. And of course, there is always the information in the programs too that you can refer to. The format for this is we're going to give 10 minutes for each of the dialogues with the question that the panelists are speaking to above them. And they're going to model a conversation that we then will be giving time for all of you to do and discuss at your tables. Liz, again, will be keeping time so awesomely. Thank you, Liz. So I'm going to encourage everybody who is up here to pay attention to her. She'll give you a 1-minute warning again when we would like to begin wrapping up, but we will spend 10 minutes on each of these dialogues talking here, and then we will take some minutes after that to talk about them at your tables as well. So our first question is, how do you see Detroit now? What would you like to see what would you like to see in 10 years? That sounded right? Maybe the second time around? And so Eitan and David are going to speak to this now, so I'll turn over the microphone to them.
Thank you. It's hard to answer that question without making a little bit of a delineation. There's downtown, or I guess what I would call greater downtown. There's downtown Detroit, which I would include Midtown, Corktown, and the Lafayette Park area. And then there's the rest of Detroit, the neighborhoods. As far as downtown, you probably all read and heard about all the great things happening. A lot of old buildings have been vacant for years being activated, 5,000 or so Quicken Loans people coming down, and it's all good stuff, and it's very exciting. But I also want to point out it is a heavy lift. There's a lot to do down there, and it's not easy. There's still a lot of empty buildings. The people that are coming are still really pioneers. As part of what we do with Quicken Loans, we not only have our employees there, but we're also buying real estate and trying to recruit other tenants there. And a very common conversation we have with a suburban office tenant is, yeah, look, Detroit looks cool. I like the nice views. I like Comerica Park and all that. But, boy, when I get my spreadsheet out and I look at the rent I'd have to pay in Detroit versus the suburbs, and I throw in the city income tax and how far all my employees have to drive and insurance and paying for parking, it just doesn't make sense. So, and those are all tough issues and tough things for us to solve for, and let alone crime and lighting and all those other things. So there's still a long way to go. We're still probably at the point where there's the people that are moving down are pioneering and the risk-taking type, and we got to get to the point. And by the way, every real estate deal down there is done with loads of incentives, state, federal, local. And we got to get to the point where that's not the case anymore, and there's a long way to go. But we clearly turned the corner, and I could give you a whole laundry list of great things that are going down, and I'm sure most of you have been downtown and seen them. The neighborhoods, on the other hand, again, a lot of good things, and not being as close to it and not being with the neighborhoods all the time, it's a little harder to judge, and you go by anecdotes and what you read in the paper. Sometimes I think you might read in the paper, hear something about a guy that had to wait for the bus for 5 hours and all these things, and you think it's completely abysmal, and other times you talk to other folks, it's not so bad. But I guess the way I judge it is people vote with their feet, and I just look at the population loss. It's been steady and consistent since, the 50s, and it shows no sign of slowing down. And being someone that doesn't live in Detroit, to me that's evidence that, yeah, things are pretty bad in the neighborhood when it comes to lighting and 911 and the school system, and it's it's a pretty big problem. Of course, it's deeper than just Detroit. It's problems in most cities, and a lot of it's sort of deep-rooted social issues that are not easily solvable by public policy. The drug addiction and out of wedlock births, and all those types of things, and there's no easy answer for it, and it's not Detroit specific, but it is definitely there. And as far as the future, well, who knows? 10 years, I don't even know what's going to happen in 10 months or 10 weeks, but I think it's unlikely that we'll see something of the scale where was it? Myers and Curtis, was that, and Dexter Davidson, that area? I'm a little bit too young to remember that, but I know the intersections. I don't think we're going to quite see that level of Jewish involvement in that level, but I think I think we, like I say, we turn the corner. I think it'll get a little bit better, and we'll see, more of this. We'll see a little bit more population growth, and we'll see a little bit more of a Jewish presence. But for the foreseeable future, I think we're still kind of what I would call that pioneering stage, and we got to get to the point where we're not giving people incentives to live downtown and build downtown and work downtown. And let's be realistic about it. A lot of good people focused on it, but there's also a long way to go.
All right. Thanks, David. Hi, I'm Eitan Sussman, originally from Ann Arbor, and I moved to Detroit in 2003 to go to Wayne State, and through a very series of very fortunate events, and I think actually my story is really relatable. I don't want to spend too much time on myself. Of how I got to be where I'm at, living in the city right now, is actually an interesting case of moving forward and looking to the future of how other people like me or from my background, how people can relate to that and what we can learn from that story. So I appreciate David going first and laying out some of that stuff, and I'm glad that he drew that delineation between some of the work that's happening really downtown in a very focused corridor, somewhere between 2 and maybe 5 square miles max, and really what's happening across the rest of the city and the other 135 square miles, and to the other maybe 700,000, maybe 650,000 residents who live outside of that region. I live in Corktown, which is really part of the greater downtown region as well. And I think actually one story that happened recently in our neighborhood kind of exemplifies some of the challenges that we're seeing right now. I heard some of the earlier dialogue where there was a lot of hope talk, and I'm happy that that dialogue is getting out here. I really appreciate that. I can be a cheerleader when I need to be, but I can be a messenger of doom as well when I need to be. And I'm afraid that I want to share a story which is a little more on the darker side of where Detroit is. I don't think we've hit bottom yet. I think we have some big things around the corner this week to find out what the details of this consent agreement is going to look like. If you don't know what I'm talking about, please look up the consent agreement, look how your governor is really looking to end democracy as we know it in the city of Detroit in order to possibly, save the city in the long term. So we've got a lot of challenges. We've got some work to do that are really most immediate, getting us through this week, getting us through the next few months, so we're not completely bankrupt. But somewhat longer term in our neighborhood, a story that came out about 1.5 years ago is really highlights this tension between what is part of the revitalization and the renewal of Detroit, where there are pioneers, where there are people who are moving into the city, where they are either through Live Downtown or other incentives, or really just because they want to be connected with this for good, positive, altruistic reasons. So we've got, really people of a higher socioeconomic spectrum than existing residents who are coming into conflict with some of the historic and really, I'm sorry to say, but traditionally marginalized populations who are living in a lot of neighborhoods. So one story that happened really actually right down the street from where me and my fiance, live right now, is there was a case where there was a neighborhood patrol that really was looking out for the interests of the residents, and by residents I mean homeowners, and homeowners who are, really key and essential to some parts of the city, but really are, for the most part, more interested in the rules and regulations for what color you can and can't paint your windows than actually getting to know any of your neighbors. So this man was on the street patrol, which has a light that goes around, and had a history of actually targeting some of the homeless population from the neighborhood. And late one night, there was a man who had been sleeping in an alcove of one of the schools in the neighborhood, and he took it upon himself to be a neighborhood vigilante, and he beat this man within inches of his life. This man's named Charlie Duncan. He's since recovered, and I can go on more about that story. But that act wasn't really an isolated incident, and I think this is really the one point I want to get out of my time here today, is that as we're talking about renewal, we are also talking about really displacement, or the potential for displacement. And this is how a lot of folks in different neighborhoods are seeing it. As we are strategically investing in some neighborhoods, that means that we are actually strategically pulling out investment in other resources that are in other neighborhoods. We can talk about transportation as one example. As we know, we've got a certain amount of money that can go for certain things, either that are being raised privately or they're being funded by the state, but yet we can't seem to find enough money to get people on buses so they can get to their jobs that they already have in other parts of the city. So again, this is just a tension that's out there. So when I look to the future and I see what do I want to see in Detroit in 10 years, how am I doing on time? Okay. Is I want to see us address these conflicts and these tensions head on. I want us to not pretend like they don't exist. I want us to be really meaningfully engaging with all of Detroit's 700,000 plus residents of all 140 square miles. And these are folks who, either yourself or people who you know, or people who used to live in the neighborhoods where you guys came from, have been toughing it out for a very long time and have it's a struggle out there right now with failing schools. So, you know, for one really concrete example, I want to see us invest more in our transportation system. When I got off the highway today, the first thing we saw when we pulled off was the AATA park and ride lot. I don't know if you know and you appreciate how revolutionary that is, that somebody who lives on the outskirts of Ann Arbor or who is maybe working poor, who lives in Ypsilanti, can actually get on a bus and get here to push these chairs in and vacuum these floors after we're done in here. That is part of the fabric of the economy right now. That's something that really does not exist in Detroit. And in the future of Detroit, if we're really going to be rebuilding the people and the communities and the economy, we've got to be looking at how that can function. So I'm going to leave it at that for right now, and I think we have time for questions.
We are going to be talking at our tables.
No, tables.
We've got about 20 minutes for table conversation, so if we wanted to devote a few of those minutes to take maybe one question, we could do that, and then we would like for people to talk about this question at your table for about 20 minutes, and we'll come back and we'll do the second dialogue. So maybe one question? Okay.
One thing that hasn't been talked about is the drug problem in Detroit. What do you see happening there, and how is it going to be rectified?
Any first takers?
I'm the first taker to say I'm completely unqualified to talk about what the drug problem is or how to rectify the drug problem. I will acknowledge that drugs are a problem in all of our societies, including alcoholism here in Ann Arbor, Michigan, right? Not just in Detroit. So I don't really need to go on, but I think one is federal policy, and then we treat crack cocaine a lot differently than we treat powdered cocaine, and I think that's a race issue. So that's one issue that I want to talk about. Ending the prison industrial complex is another issue. I don't think that's where you're going with it, though. So I'll go here. Here's where I'll go really quickly. Is I think that drugs are an economic force in cities, and it's not because people really love drugs. It's because people really need money, right? And so I think when we're talking about rebuilding an economy, we're talking about providing alternatives to a drug-based economy. And I think that there are options, there are opportunities for young people out there. There are not nearly enough, and there are not nearly enough specifically to what Oren was speaking to earlier for young African American and males in the city. There are enough for people who look like me or who want to move into the city to get jobs, but not for really folks who really need it.
Yeah, I don't have too much to add, but I do a little commercial. I've been watching, the TV show The Wire about Baltimore. I never watched it first time around, but I've been watching it on demand, and it's great. It's fascinating. If you find that topic interesting, it's great, and I hear it's very realistic. I agree with what Etan said. It's I'm not an expert, and I don't know. I can't solve the problem, but I think criminalizing every type of drug usage, modest drug usage, and throwing people in jail is not the answer. And I think the federal government's spending way too much money. And at what point do you give up and realize that this money is being wasted? And there's got to be better ways. And also, yeah, and to some extent, I don't think I agree 100% about. I don't think it's all just a matter of hopelessness and no other alternatives, because there's drug issues in upper middle class suburbs and everywhere, and people that have opportunities. So I think it's something. A great extent of it is something deep inside the human psyche. Why do people feel the need to take drugs? Why, I don't know. I can't answer that. But certainly a big chunk of it is that. Certainly on the economic end, there's no alternatives, and your drug dealers in your neighborhood are your mentors, and they make money. Why would you go flip burgers at McDonald's, or why would you care about getting good grades in the schools? And it kind of perpetuates itself, which is kind of the message you get from watching The Wire. But I'm not close enough to it. If we could solve that problem, I think we go a long way to solving a lot of other problems, though.
Great. Okay, so now we're going to turn it over to the tables. Please talk amongst yourselves for about 15 minutes, and we'll give you the heads up when it's time to return those eyes to the front of the room. All right. I hate to interrupt all of these conversations that sound like people are very involved at the moment, but we're actually going to end the conversations now. Hello. Hello. Thank you. So, yes, this is excellent that people are talking. This is what we hope will be happening after each of the dialogues up here. We're going to encourage you to continue these conversations after each set of the panelists. And in our afternoon session, the What is Jewish Detroit Open Forum, we are also going to encourage you then to talk about what you've been talking about and share with the larger group some of the things that you've been discussing in your own table conversations, so that we can come back together as a large group at the end and hear the different types of things that have been discussed today. So we'll now move to our second panel. I'm actually going to ask our panelists to stand because people would like to see you, which is always good, I think. Yes, when you're talking or not talking, but just so that everybody can see those smiley faces. All right. So, as you can see, this is a 3-person panel. So we will allow the panelists to speak for 15 minutes, and then we will break up into the smaller table conversations for another 15, and then again come back to the group as we are now. So our panelists are going to be speaking to the question, what language do you use to talk about Detroit and Jewish involvement in Detroit? And we have Oren, Miriam, and Ben. So let me give you a microphone so you can actually talk. Hello? No. Oh, you voted. Is this on? Okay. Oh, there you go.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Oren Goldenberg. I'm a filmmaker. I've been living in Detroit for about 5 years, and I am very involved at the Isaac Agri Downtown Synagogue. As far as what language I use about talking about Detroit and Jewish involvement in Detroit, I was just thinking about the language used about Detroit in general, and as a filmmaker, I'm going to plug myself. I'm releasing a film about the Brewster Douglas projects, which were the first black public housing projects in the country. And it's a film really directed at sort of it's not demystifying, but sort of against this narrative of a blank canvas in Detroit. Because this is in national media attention, and definitely in conversations, there's this concept that Detroit is empty or blank. And as someone who lives there, that's offensive, because I'm there and my community is there. But let alone, there's this amazing history in these buildings. So like taking the Brewster Douglas for an example, people look at these towers and say, that's the blank canvas of Detroit. We should put a Walmart in there. We should put new housing in there. We should put whatever. We should express ourselves onto that space because there's nothing there, and it is, a worthy mission to bring life to that nothingness. What I see when I see the Brewster Douglas is, there's 40 squatters in each of those buildings, and you can see them moving around sometimes and talking to them. And but also there's this amazing history. Like this was a huge step in the progression of our government to also aid black residents. And it also played a huge part in the renewal of Detroit during that time and the tearing down of Black Bottom and the building of I-75. So those are very, very highly saturated that's a very highly saturated place. So anything but blank to me. So something that I learned in working with Micah Fialka Feldman, who is a young man who has learning, he has a cognitive impairment, is they teach you this way to talk to people because you're not always sure how to address people who are different or struggle or have different needs. And it's always addressing them as a person first. So when I talk, I make sure I'm not saying, well, Detroit has a lot of homeless people. That's just not how we address it. They're people who are homeless. And knowing that they're people first allows you very much so to think about why they're homeless or what led to that homelessness, or people who are addicted to crack or drugs. This is not a drug problem. These are people who are in a situation that are choosing to use drugs. So that's a very different way to approach when you're looking at the people first. So when I talk about Detroit and when I hear others talk about Detroit, I really try and emphasize that there's a lot of people there. We have a very long history. Us as Jews also have a very long, very interesting history in the city, and we should embrace that and not talk over it.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Miriam. Oh, that's very close. I have a little different perspective. I'm not a native Detroiter. On Tuesday, I will have lived here 6 months. So I have a little bit of an outsider's perspective onto this whole discussion. And I wanted to quote Beryl Setter, who said in the earlier session, she said, give the people the respect to have complex motivations. And I think that really is sort of the theme of the day, that people come for different reasons, and we are siloing everybody into this is what it means to be a Detroiter, and this is why, and there's more motivations than one. If you ask me what my words are for what's happening in Detroit, when people ask me, why did you come here, why are you doing it, and I say, because what's happening here is amazing. Like, it's actually amazing. And it's amazing for a lot of different reasons. When you look at the different motivations, if now I categorize them after I said that you can't, for moving to downtown, in the 6 months that I've been here, I had one staff member who moved downtown to be with the crew that has been there in the last 10 years. They went down before it was cool. They had social justice motivations. They're living a lifestyle in what they believe in, and she wanted to be a part of that. I now have another staff member who's moving downtown this weekend, who's moving down because at this point it's cool. And, to be a young person in the city is exciting and part of this whole change, but it's not as difficult as where it was even a year ago. And then I have somebody who's moving in September and moving into the Broderick, which is now a luxury building and overseeing Comerica. And they're all coming from very different motivations. And they're all amazing. They're all incredible. I think to be here at this time and to send the message that Detroit is doing something, whether you're looking at what's happening in the city, what's happening in the community, what's happening with innovation in the tech industry, it's something to talk about, and that's my Detroit story, or language. Beat that.
So probably the only thing more ironic than losing my voice would be losing my hair, but I think I'm okay there, so I will just try to be audible and not too grating.
You sound great, Ben.
Oh, thank you. All right. My name is Ben Falick. I am the manager of Detroit Service Initiatives for Repair the World and the co-founder of Summer in the City. And I think the first answer is I think we should talk about Detroit. I think we should talk about Detroit a lot. I think there's a difference and a distinction between talking about Detroit and talking at Detroit. And so these are kind of my own personal do's and don'ts, save your booing for the end so I can get through all of them. But I think we're served well by talking small on a human scale and in a grammatically indirect way, which is different from politically incorrect, but grammatically indirect. And so, of course, the caveat is the organization I work for and who's paying me to be in Detroit right now is called Repair the World. So that being said, my do's and don'ts, I'll start with some easy ones, some good Detroit do's. Do say liver noise, do say Lasher, do say 6 Mile instead of McNichols, do say Myers and Fords, and obviously do say Pop. So those are easy. So now we get into some of the other ones. That's a good list, I know. So again, my own do's and don'ts, again, just for, do say opportunity, don't say blank canvas. Do say dynamic, don't say renaissance. If we can just retire the word renaissance, I would be very happy. Do say urban policy and comparative advantage, don't say urban renewal. Do say downtown if you mean downtown. Don't say downtown if you mean citywide. And if you do mean a specific part of the city, say downtown or midtown or Corktown or Greektown or Mexican town or all of the other places that kind of speak to the complex landscape of Detroit. Or if it's all Detroit, just say Detroit. As you're working in Detroit, as I'm working in Detroit, do say partnership. Don't say project. If you realize your project isn't a partnership, good luck. I'll check on you in a little while and probably won't be there. Do say nonprofit. Don't say charity. Do say public transit. Don't say mass transportation. That's, again, one of mine, but a little distinction. I think Oren will agree. Do say city kids. Don't say urban youth. I don't know. Again, it's just me. Do say with you. Don't say for you. Don't say food desert. Do say Eastern Market and Fresh Corner Cafe and Honeybee and Whole Foods and whatever. Do say. And then about us, right? People here. Do say I'm from Detroit. Or if you're more comfortable, do say I'm from Metro Detroit. Don't say I'm from outside Detroit. I think that rings pretty. Do say, as we think historically, do say I can empathize. Don't say, oh, well, we were discriminated against too and we did fine. Do say riots or civil unrest or rebellion or revolution. Don't shut out the person who has a different name for it. Buy him a drink, right? It's the start of a very interesting conversation. Do say black. Don't say, even if it's your grandpa did, or even if you're just among yourselves, or even if you do it in like the taste the soup kind of voice, don't say Schwarza. Don't say Kwame. Don't say Coleman. Do say, and then B, this is my list. This is my notes to self. Thank you for listening. And then again, like I said, be directly indirect. And I think this is why we're all here, right? Do say invest in. Do say engage with. I think those get us a lot further than saying revitalize and revive. And then the biggest of all, maybe, do say love. Don't say save. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think our speakers have given us a lot to think about. We're not going to do a Q&A. We're going to talk at our small tables for about 15 minutes, and then we'll come back to the group. So talk amongst yourselves. Hello, hello, hello. Anybody out there? Yeah? Yeah? Hey! Hello! Hello! Okay. I like that everybody's talking because it means that we're having some good conversations. But we're going to turn back to the front of the room now for our next dialogue. So, 1, 2, 3. There we go. That's nice. Okay. All right. Here we go. So, we're fortunate to have an intergenerational dialogue, one of my favorite families, the Cantors. So they're going to be speaking to the question, what role does the city play in the identity of Detroit Jews and your family? We have Audie, Josh, Jason, and Jerry. So I'm going to turn it over to them now.
Before we go on that subject, there are a couple of things relating to some of the things we were talking about this morning. We were talking about the expressways. When I went to Cass Tech in the 40s, there were plans designed to have a center mall like Subway going down the expressways. That was killed not by the automotive business, but by Sears and Montgomery Ward, who had stores on Grand River and Gratiot. They were afraid they'd lose their business. Guess what? They lost their business without that.
And we lost transit.
And we lost transit. but that's a reality. History in Detroit, my grandmother was born in Detroit in 1865. So I've had family history in Detroit for a long time. I've lived here all my life. Well, up till 25 years ago, let's put it that way. I lived right in Detroit. We stayed in Detroit long after the riots because that didn't affect us. Moved out, I guess one of the reasons, this may sound very childish, but I was PO'd that Coleman Young wouldn't put a cap on the income tax. I felt that he was driving out everybody who was making a decent income, and it angered me. But as far as the city goes, Faye and I, my wife and I, we're in the city at least once a month. We go to the, more than that, okay. We go to the symphonies, we go to Hillberry, at Wayne. We're in the city regularly. I have clients in the city, so we go in seeing them. Going in the city has never been a problem. Had lunch last week at, what was the restaurant? Traffic Jam. So we're in and out of the city. We believe in the city. We wish it was better run, but that's a different story. Now, Detroit has had it when I grew up, and as Jerry Cook could talk about, great Jewish identity when I was a kid. There were shuls up and down Linwood, shuls up and down Dexter. Today, the only shul is a downtown synagogue. What?
Reconstructions.
Oh, there is reconstructions? I wasn't aware of that. Temple Israel moved out of Detroit while we still lived in Detroit. So we talk about Detroit, but we don't do anything about it. And that's a problem I see. I feel strongly about being a Detroiter. I've never identified myself as a suburbanite or West Bloomfieldite or whatever that's called. When people ask me where I'm from Detroit. And yeah, have we had our problems here in Detroit? Have we had national negative press? You bet we have. Hopefully that's going to get turned around. I don't know what they're going to do next week as far as the financial aspect. I personally think they ought to use an emergency manager and change the contracts and get down to it, but they're not going to. We've got to think positively about Detroit, because if Detroit sinks, we all sink. And I think it's important to understand that it isn't West Bloomfield or Bloomfield Hills or Farmington Hills that's going to survive. It's metropolitan Detroit. And that's the way it's got to be.
I talk better on my feet, so you guys will have to excuse me for a second. But I have, I guess, the great benefit of having been raised by this gentleman and my mom in the sense that I grew up in Detroit in a fairly mixed neighborhood, diverse in terms of black and white, had an experience that most of my Jewish peers did not have because they were already living in the suburbs by the time that they were bar mitzvah. I found that socially, in one sense, staying in Detroit longer than most of my friends did as a child. And I lived in their house until I was done with my first year of law school when I got married. And I'd asked them, by the way, to not sell that house until I was in a position to buy it, until once I got a chance to look at one of the winter heating bills, and it scared me because those houses were built a little bit before we were concerned about it being environmentally efficient. But I still find that, you know, I have in my adult life and with my kids spent more time focusing looking south than looking north and west, unlike many of my peers. I think about things to do in the community, and I think about things that happen to be within the city more so than in the suburbs. And I'm very comfortable going anywhere in the city, and unlike many of my friends who are my age, I can drive anywhere in the city and not get lost. Okay? And I don't need GPS because I spend a lot of time in the city. I'm comfortable doing it for my business and seeing clients. Dad referred to the fact we have clients in the city. Sure we do. We have clients all over Metro Detroit. But, you know, I haven't lived in Detroit since I was, 23 or 24 when I got married. And yet I'm still a Detroiter. As far as I'm concerned, when I talk to anybody here or when I'm out of town, I'm from Detroit because I understand something perhaps subliminally that was part of the tapestry of my life when I grew up, which is we're all Detroiters in this area. It doesn't matter whether you're from Oak Park or Huntington Woods or Detroit or Shelby Township. And by the way, as an adult, I found out there were Jews that didn't live in Detroit, Oak Park, Huntington Woods, West Bloomfield, Farmington Hills, Birmingham, Bloomfield Hills, and Bloomfield Township. There are actually people east of Woodward. And to my great amazement, I found out there was a thriving community in Livonia I didn't know about until I married into my wife's family, who had social relationships with Jews from Livonia, which was completely news to me, but it was also an eye-opener. But I guess what I found is that, you know, you're part of a community, you do what you can to help the institutions that you think are important. And I think that a healthy Detroit is pivotal to all of our health, especially those of us that live in the immediate Metro Detroit area, but it's important to everybody in this region. And that includes people in northern Ohio who are not part of our conversation today. Okay? You're nodding your head because all these industries are interrelated. So, you know, when you talk about what role does the city play, it's part of who I am. It's part of how I operate. It's part of my social life. It's part of my business life. It's part of, you know, the world we live in. It's what, you know, the things you do, the institutions you affiliate with. It's part of how you raise your kids. You know, my kids had a disadvantage over me in one sense because they didn't grow up within the city boundaries. They grew up in Huntington Woods, which is pretty close to Detroit, but it certainly isn't Detroit per se. Yet we spent most of our time when we weren't doing things socially with the family, our volunteer time was spent in the city working with people. And by the way, the things that Ben said earlier, I love the language is important. And we were not working for anybody. We were working with people to help make things better. But the kids got a taste of that early on, and it became part of the culture of our family. And when I think about what it means to be, you know, a Detroiter and a Jew in Detroit, that's how I look at it, is giving back, because that's part of Tikkun Olam. And that was something that was never told me, you must do this. It was just demonstrated by the way my parents conducted themselves. It became who I was. Apparently it's become who my sons are, and I'm very proud of them for that. But the city is integral to my entire worldview. I've been here all my life. It's a great place to be from, and it's a great place to still be at. And I don't know what else to share with you, but Detroit's important, and I don't see the boundaries that other people have experienced. And the only thing I would say before I hand off the microphone is I still resent the fact that my car has to end up going northwest from my house to visit the bulk of our friends, okay? Because they just don't seem to want to come down south. They want us to go out to them and the lakes and the beautiful things, and that's all nice. But you know what? There's life south of 14 and 15 Mile, and there's sure as heck life south of 8 Mile.
I would just going to go pretty quickly because I'm sure we're running out of time. I'm Jason. Thank you for having me here today. I'm a Spartan in a very wonderful environment here. So it's a wonderful school and has taught my brother wonderful things. But as far as the role that the city plays for Detroit Jews, speaking for myself and a lot of the people that I have seen around the city that are in this room today, and a lot of Jews that don't go to the city very often, I think that one thing that they should really know is that the city kind of embodies a lot of our Jewish values, whether it's investing in arts, education, culture, but also spirituality. I've been going down to the downtown synagogue and see a lot of very familiar faces around here. And I think you get sort of just a different experience with people there than you would get any other place, because it's more of a family-friendly or person-friendly environment where people are open to express any of their views over a meal, over a discussion. And I think that that experience has really opened up a lot of people's experiences of the city of Detroit, whether they're new to the area or whether they grew up just 4 miles from the city of Detroit. Very happy to have been educated in Detroit at Wayne State University Law School, and now to work for the state in Detroit. There's no other place, really, that I could imagine spending my days and being surprised and pleasantly surprised and enjoying the culture and everyone that you meet down there and their different views and whatever happens in the city, in the next week or so. I think that looking forward, I'm sure you all discussed what was going to happen in 10 years and what you want to see in 10 years. And I think we're in a bright place with a lot of bright minds who can bring good things to the table. And I think that as Jews, there's a never-ending role for us to play in improving the city, in helping the people there and helping ourselves and being a part of it, or just helping your communities in Metro Detroit, because the same problems can arise there just as much as they can arise in the city. There's drug problems, there's education problems, transportation problems, healthcare problems, and we can all take lessons from what they're doing there and what we're doing in the suburbs and share those ideas. And more of a dialogue is always necessary. And as long as we keep on talking about our role and contributing in the city and outside the city and doing the things that we do, I think that things are going to be really exciting for a very bright future for all of us.
I'm going to stay seated. My mom is so proud. Thanks, Mom. So I think there's something really special about my family that kind of comes up when we talk about the city of Detroit and our relationship as a Jewish community. A lot of people in a lot of the Metro Detroit Jewish community, from my perspective, sees a much tighter connection between this cultural, religious community than they do the geographic space that we once inhabited and lived in. And for me, that brings together, what is community and how do we envision it? And as a Jewish community, do we see so insularly the places that we live without even seeing what goes on behind the blocks where we live? And to me, it was a part of my upbringing that your neighbor is your community just as much as someone who's sitting at the aisle next to you at services might be your community as well. And I really think that our connection to the city of Detroit as a family, kind of how we've engaged in the city and gone, and really spent a lot of time there and talking about it primarily. And I think dialogue is probably, it's the biggest thing within a family, is having some sort of dialogue about your past and your future. The city of Detroit for us kind of ties it all together. It's something that I've really learned to love. It's a place that I've explored with my family, memories that I've relived with them, and that's for me that's the most. Detroit is our community. It was our community, and it will continue to be our community. So to think about how we act and we reflect on the city and our time there, it's very important to remember that this was the home of our family members, but it's also just because it's a stone's throw away doesn't mean that it's not our place right now. And I think it's very important to kind of engage and really dig deep into those conversations and take advantage of your family members and the relationships that you have, especially with elder adults who have had these experiences in the city, to really to get to know it from a different perspective that I think we could all learn from. Yeah. Oh, and also I think one of my favorite experiences in the city comes every every Thanksgiving, walking the 2-mile parade route down Woodward Avenue with my grandfather, who's been doing it for 30 years, and just seeing the children, like a million kids lining the parade route, is just there's something very special about that. And whether it's the parade or like whether it was going on the Hillel spring break to Detroit and interacting with those children one-on-one, working with middle schoolers to create safe spaces, and really just like gaining perspective is the biggest thing. And I think as a Jewish community, we have shut out that perspective too much, and in fact blatantly, in a lot of times, in my opinion. So I think there's a lot to learn from our past, and it can play a really big role in our future. So thanks.
Great. Thank you very much. So now again, we'll have a little table discussion, and we'll come back in about 15 minutes. So get talking. Okay. We're going to come back to our larger group now. Let's see how this works. Hello, hello, hello. Hi. Hi, good to see you. Hello. Okay, if we can close up our conversations at our individual tables and do the rotating chair thing back towards the front of the room, that would be excellent. Just a note, although we do only have about an hour left in the program, and it's going to be an awesome hour, if there are those who have the need to step out early, we would encourage you to please complete the evaluation form that should be in the middle of your program. There's a lovely blue, I'm calling it a box basket, because it's neither a box nor really a basket, but it is bright blue, and it's on the outside on your way out. Very easy, fill it out, drop it in there. We do appreciate the feedback. And we're going to do our final plenary dialogue now. Then we'll turn you over to your tables once again for a final discussion. Then we'll move into the open forum part of the day. So this is the part, as I said earlier, where we really encourage you to come together and tell us, hey, people are still having a lot of conversations, huh? I'm glad, but I want you to know that those are the conversations we want you to talk on in the last part, which is sort of what I'm explaining now. So, excellent that we're talking. Would love to hear more about that during the open forum. So, without further ado, this is our final question. So we have Melissa and Ariana, and they will be speaking to the question, what if any is the Jewish obligation to the city of Detroit?
Hello. Ooh. So I'm Melissa. I work with JVS and for JVS, Jewish Vocational Services. And we actually have a location in Detroit on Woodward and Canfield, hence why I made sure that there was a table called Canfield. So my role, I tend to wear a lot of hats within the Jewish community, whether it's just the Detroit Jewish community or Metro Detroit community. And I think it's really important to recognize that as a Jew within this greater community that we're a part of, that we really do have an obligation not just to our own community, but to the city of Detroit in general. Now, a lot of the services that we provide downtown really help the majority of people in the city that are not necessarily Jewish. And I think it's a really important part to recognize as a Jewish community. We don't necessarily just have to help ourselves. It's part of giving tzedakah and giving back to the greater Detroit community. So I tend to struggle with this a lot because in my, more communal hat, in my leadership roles outside of my agency, I tend to focus specifically more on just the Metro Detroit Jewish community. I'm involved in YAD and a lot of other, agencies and different activities. But within my agency, I think it's a really large part of what we do, and our mission is to help with self-sufficiency. And it's a really large part of what's going on in the city right now, is helping individuals realize that they can create their own communities, create their own self-sufficiency, whether it's vocational, financial, or just getting themselves back on the right path to become self-sufficient in whatever they want to do. So for me, a lot of times it has to do with being Jewish. You can't just look at your own community. You have to look outwards. In tzedakah, there's the whole scale where you can focus on just your own
your own house and your own life and your own community, but you also have to focus on your neighbor and who else is living next to you and the city next to you and next to you after that. So you really have to broaden your focus and your horizon and make sure that you're reaching out to other communities beyond your own and create those bridges so you can work with other communities and create that good vibe that has been created within the city. Thanks.
My name is Ariana Silverman. I'm the assistant rabbi at Temple Kolami in West Bloomfield. And, yay! And I live. And they have an opening for an educator if anyone's interested. And I live in the city of Detroit. I happen to be, as far as I know, the only rabbi who lives in the city of Detroit, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit, in that I don't say that out of self-righteousness, but in terms of what it means for me to live in the city of Detroit as a rabbi. Rabbis do text studies. I didn't bring in a text because we have a fabulous text right here on the screen. I love this question, and I'll tell you why. First, because it's the city of Detroit. If you look at your program, this is the only question that says the city of Detroit. The rest of them are just Detroit. So that was a challenge that I had to answer when I looked at this question, and I'll tell you how I saw it. For me, living in the city of Detroit allows me to live my values. And what I want to say to you is I don't care whether you live in the suburbs or you live in the city, as long as you are living your values wherever you live. For me, I live on a block in which the family to my left is an interracial family, the family to my right is an interfaith family, next to them is the 3-generational black family, across the street, I kid you not, is the same-sex couple that lives next to the nuns. I am not making this up. It's Avery Street between Forest and Lysander, and I just found out that I have a new neighbor in Sam. She's wonderful. Okay, so what does that mean for me? It means that I am able to interact with people who are very different from me, and that is an incredibly huge part of what I value in my life. The second piece of it, of course, is where I'm able to shop. I do shop at a grocery store that is walking distance from my house, and it's a local independent grocery store, and that matters to me in terms of supporting small businesses. Similarly, I go to a clothing store. Most of my clothes, including some of these, are from a consignment/used clothing store started by a young woman who wanted to revive her life, in a sense, by starting a small business in Corktown. I'm able to do that because of where I live. That doesn't mean you can't do it somewhere else, but it means you need to do it. Every purchase I make is an ethical choice, and I think that's true for all of us. Wherever we're living, wherever we go, whether it's in the city or outside the city, every time we spend money, it's reflecting our values, and I encourage you to please think of that as what you're doing when you make those choices. Because the next word I want to look at in this question is obligation. I love that they put obligation, because I talk a lot about the difference between tzedek and tzedakah and charity. There's a huge difference, and what I love about Judaism is that we talk about tzedek and tzedakah and not charity. Why? Because tzedek and tzedakah are obligations. We are obligated to pursue justice in our lives. Charity comes from the root caritas, for love in Latin. You are motivated out of love, out of caring for somebody else. Doesn't matter in Judaism. You can care for them, you can love them, you don't have to. You still are obligated to work for them and to pursue Jewish justice on their behalf. Remember that. As Jews, we are obligated. It's not a choice. And I think that when we think about obligation, it's a question of what are the concentric circles of our obligation. For people in this room, that's a very important question. There's no doubt that your first obligation is to your family, then to your smaller community, your larger community. And I think the challenge to all of us is where is that concentric circle end for each of us in the region of Detroit. Finally, that it says Jewish. Originally, when I got the question, it said Jewish community. And there's a huge difference between what is the Jewish community's obligation and what is the Jewish obligation, and they stole my thunder, because what I wanted to say is that what is important to me is that you're doing this as Jews. There is a huge range of belief and practice in this room, and I recognize and respect that. Nonetheless, to the extent that Judaism calls you, I encourage you and I call upon you to do this as a Jew. To do this because Judaism obligates us to do this, and to do this because it means something not just as an ethical person in the world, but as someone who is Jewish, for whom our belief in God and our belief in Jewish tradition compels us to act in a certain way. I am the rabbi, I have to say that. Nonetheless, it's important that we don't just happen to be Jews in this room, but that we live our lives through that lens. Finally, I want to say that it was hard for me, the what versus how. I don't actually know the what.
I don't know what our obligation is. I can talk about the how we are obligated. I think, though, each of us, in our discussions, it's part of it, is thinking about, as a Jew, as someone who's obligated, as someone who lives their values, how do I live this? What do I do? Finally, Passover. You know, with El Al, they always ask you, what's the next Jewish holiday? I'll give you a hint. Most of the time, the answer is Shabbat. In this case, of course, the answer is not just Shabbat, but Passover, in which we tell the story of our own liberation. I want to be clear, there are slaves in the world. There are people who are suffering from sex trafficking. There are people who are suffering from being enslaved in parts of the world in diamond mines, etc. I'm not talking about slavery when I talk about Detroit, let's be clear. I am, however, talking about a story of injustice and justice and what our obligation is when we sit at our Passover tables, our Seders this weekend, to think about what it means for us to be in a position of relative liberty and freedom in this context, in this community, and what it means for us to therefore want to change the way that other people are living in our midst, in our homes, in our sphere of obligation. Thank you.
There's one more thing I wanted to say, and it's a little bit on the lighter side, so that's why I waited till after. Detroit Restaurant Week is coming up, and since we're all Jews and we all love to eat and have conversations together, I would highly suggest you all go to a restaurant that you have never tried before, and then if you like it, please go back. Play in the city, have fun in the city, and try a few of them out if you can. I believe it starts like the 20th or the 21st and runs for a week. Sorry.
Chag Sameach.
Okay. So if you would talk again at your tables for about 15 minutes, and then we will reconvene here for the big question, what is Jewish Detroit? So we're going to talk a little bit about that, and hopefully some of the things that you have been talking about related to that question throughout the day at your tables. Go forth and chat. No, you did it. How did you do it?
Oh, I pressed the red button and I twisted it.
That's I don't know. I just leave it. It's like I'm struggling to get all.
One more for me. Oh, you're kidding. That was good.
Hello.
Oh, great. With Miriam. Yes, we are starting again. Okay. I want to just take a moment. I want to take a moment to thank everybody for the intensity with which you dove into the table conversations. And for us, what was so important was to be able to create the space around this room for the diversity of ideas, opinions, experiences, to be able to come together in a more intimate environment around your table, to be sparked by the questions up at the front, and to continue at your table. So I want to thank you for your active participation. You can all give yourselves a round of applause. We're going to close off the table conversations with another moment to be able to poll the audience and have you engage together as a group so we can again get a sense of the diversity in this room. And then we're going to be able to close off as we started all together. So I want to encourage you, if you feel as if you are a little far away right now, that was great for our table conversations, but if you feel as if you're a little far away from our broader community here and you want to move up closer, there's seats here and there are seats along here to give you the opportunity to come up and be a little closer. So power on the bottom of your clickers. And we're going to get started. Polling is open. All right, April Fools. It really happens. We didn't all think that it would. It really happened. Okay. We're not so sure. I love how it's still changing. I'm going to close that poll. We're going to hide. We're going to go forward. How many new people have you met today? 1 to 2, 3 to 6, 7 to 9, 10 or more. I don't remember is E. No. Oh, sorry. We're started. We're started. Polls are open. I'm so glad. You want to have clickers all the time. We should have clickers around the Seder table. It would be much more interactive. How many questions do you think we should answer tonight? Okay. Let's see where we're at. Oh, a lot of people met a lot of people. That's great. Fantastic. Thank you, everybody. We're going to hide that. We're going to go forward to our next question. What is your favorite Michigan bakery? This may be the most, we didn't do a write-in on the bottom, I'm sorry. This may be one of the most critical questions of the day. It is open. We are open. Okay, Dakota, Zingerman's, Avalon, Bake Station, Siemens. Let's see where we are at. Wow. Okay, just to remind you again what that is, Avalon is our big winner. Fantastic. And our last question, polls are open. The last question of the day, how do you prefer to continue this conversation? In person, by email, by events in Detroit, or be in touch with Carla Goldman at the back if you would like to become a Jewish Communal Leadership Program graduate student. There you go, you can become a student again. Right. He's graduating, it's okay. Great. Events in Detroit. Fantastic. We will stop. So that is a wonderful segue, don't you think, Harry? For us to talk about, is Rachel around? For us to just talk for a moment about let me just close this. Just 4 questions. It's the season. Okay. So it's an opportunity for us to transition forward together as a community and talk about something that's been happening for the last almost 12 months now, where the Jewish Funds for Justice and Progressive Jewish Alliance, which have now joined together and are actually announcing the new name of what they are to become tomorrow, but they took an interest in Detroit and in the leadership that we have in Michigan in general. And last year, many of us around the room, several of us around the room and others, applied to be a part of a cohort that we call the Detroit Area Community Leadership Initiative, which we refer to as DACLI. And the Detroit Area Community Leadership Initiative has about 19 of us from all across Michigan. More than half live in Detroit. Others, like myself, live in Ann Arbor. And we really come together as a community who cares passionately and deeply about the city of Detroit, about social justice, about Judaism, and we all relate to those three things in very different ways, and have come together as a cohort first to explore our own leadership, to explore what we can become as a cohort that is passionate about all of these issues, and where that will take us in terms of what kind of partnership we want to have with Detroit. So I just want to take a minute to acknowledge the people who are in the room. Maybe everybody who is a part of DACLI can stand up for a moment. We can thank them for their efforts for last year. Ben Falik, Rabbi Ariana Silverman, Erica Bloom, thank you, Bloom, Josh Cantor, Harry Reisig, who else is here, and Lior Barak. And I already got Ben. Okay, and Rachel and myself are both a part of that. And so one of the things that we have been talking about over the last couple of months in particular, as we've developed as a group, is where do we take the conversation from here? There are lots of conversations that we are having as a group. What kind of space, just like the Jewish Communal Leadership Program has done here at the University of Michigan, what kind of a space can the DACLI group create in Detroit for conversations like this to continue? So we want to open up the debrief here for our conversation today and pose the question to you of where do we take this conversation in Detroit? So what are further questions do you have? And where would you, where the majority of whom said that you want to continue the conversation in Detroit, where would you want to take this conversation in Detroit?
So I think we're going to walk around and give you the microphone because we want to really make sure that this is a conversation that you guys are having together. It's not about us talking to you or you talking to us, but we actually have Josh taking notes. So we want to hear you guys talk to each other. And a couple things to keep in mind are that we've talked about a lot of issues today. Some of you spend a lot of time thinking about these things. For some of you, this is the first time you've heard some of these concepts or talked about some of these things. So we want to be respectful of everybody and hear some new ideas. I work with children who are in Detroit Public Schools, and one thing I always tell them is I want to hear new voices. So think about if you've spoken up a lot today, maybe listen a little bit more and hear some other people in the room. And if you haven't spoken today, then we want to hear from you. So this is a time for you to really reflect on what you've been hearing about today and give us some feedback about where you want this conversation to go. So does anybody want to start us off with a question or some feedback? Yeah.
Hi, my name is David Shom. So in terms of the question of the next conversation, I guess thinking about Ben's comment earlier about not using the term blank slate, I think the conversation has to include more than just Jews. Detroit is filled with people, and most of them are people of color, African American, Hispanic, and they need to be here in the room talking with us. Otherwise, we're taking it as a blank slate and not identifying issues of race and white privilege and all of those issues that are just paramount to any successful embracement, engagement with the city. So I think a wider audience and conversation would be really beneficial.
Great. So that gives us a little bit to think about not just what we're saying, but who we're talking to and who's in the room as we're speaking as well.
When you do it, or when we do it, we need to be mindful of the fact that the Detroit Jewish community has a community relations structure. And the JCRC, which is a wonderful Jewish Community Relations Council, should be consulted and respected in that process. But besides that, I mean, like, on the tours that we've taken, we've built relationships with some of the black churches that bought the synagogues and have maintained them as beautifully as they have despite monetary problems, and which are outreaching to their neighborhoods to provide social services. So the B'nai David building on 14th and Elmhurst is just this Byzantine, Moorish kind of, it's gorgeous, you know. And they are working with Central High School students all the time. And these are people, black people, who live in the suburbs or have moved far beyond the Central High School neighborhood. But they continue, they didn't sell the building to another church. They said, we're committed to maintaining this building, as is, you know, Greater Bethlehem Baptist Church, Clinton Street, you know, that has a lot of names in it. The old Sharet Tzedek on Chicago Boulevard. I mean, their membership is way down. They live way far away. The same thing with the Old B'nai Moshe. But yet they've all maintained their ownership of those churches and maintained the buildings. And I'm sure they'd love to have us involved with them because they're doing yeoman's work trying to just solve the problems of their neighborhoods.
Other thoughts? Where do we take this conversation?
It's okay to have a little bit of time in between. It gives you time to process and reflect.
Well, I think it's important not only to engage with other members of the community, but I think it's important to consider ways that we can coalesce opinion within the Jewish community to, I think, get everybody on the same page, or as many people on the same page as we can, before we go and try and address larger problems of the greater community. Because I think it's nice to have this group of people that came here today to focus on this and hopefully start of a process or continuation for many of us of a process of this type of thinking. But I think if we're talking about what is Jewish Detroit, then we can't just assume we all speak for the community. We have to engage people in dialogue and kind of get them to see things a little differently perhaps than they've been seen before.
We just have someone over here first.
Whoa, sorry. Okay, so I think it's twofold. What I was on the Alternative Spring Breakthrough Hillel Jewish Detroit Initiative, and what I found from that is that the most natural way to make relationships and create dialogue is through collective action, through doing something with other people, you know? And so we were able to have some really, really meaningful dialogue with the 8th graders from Earhart, but not because we were sitting in a room talking to each other, because we were in a basement painting a bowling alley, you know? And conversation flows really easily from that, and that's really important. So that's part one. I think it's important to be doing something. And part two, I think if we're talking about making connections between the Jewish community and the Detroit community, I think it's about reaching out not only to the other Jewish social organizations that we have, because I know there's 1,000 of them, but also to the other amazing social organizations that are existing in Detroit right now. So whether it's us going and volunteering at Earthworks or working with the Clark Park Coalition to create this dialogue with people who are outside of our community, I think it's about action and about partnership, I guess.
Did we have one over here, and then was there one over there, and then we'll get Susan?
We had one rabbi here, and that was wonderful. But I think it's very important to bring in the clergy, get them sold on this idea, and they in turn will bring in their congregations. That's, I think, a must.
Okay. I don't know when this will take place,
But I think what I'm seeing is there's tremendous energy in this room, but this is one room. And at our table, it came up in several ways that there are misconceptions, misperceptions about Detroit. And the question is, what can we do about that? So I think we can be part of a PR effort on behalf of the city of Detroit. I don't know how we'll do it, but I think we could put our minds to it and think of ways that we can start talking about our views of Detroit and our commitment to the city. Okay.
Hi, I just really want to applaud the voices of the next generation and many of you who are involved with the downtown synagogue. Your perspective, your deep understanding around structural racism, we have a lot to learn from your approach. So I hope in the future that the Jewish community in Detroit and the broader metro will really take heed of your approach. I was a community organizer in model cities. We did a lot of things right. We did a lot of things wrong. I was the only Jew working in the Model Cities program. So it's sort of like interesting hearing again. I think there's something about the young leadership, the next generation, you as well as many of your counterparts within the African American and the Latino communities. Your perspectives of race are different than from my generation. So I really feel that it's time for many of us to step aside and really listen to you and your counterparts in the African American Hispanic communities in Detroit. So thank you very much.
I kind of have two pieces, and they each piggybacks on the two prior speakers. On the piece that Linda just said, in terms of this next generation, I want to commend youth group. It came up from one of our major speakers, camp as an essential piece. The ability to be able to speak about what you believe and to stand on those issues. Personally, I think a lot has to do with Habonim and the people here that represent a local camp that has given them those abilities to do that. So one is the way to empower the next generation is to make sure that our kids are getting Jewish values through camping experiences, through youth group experiences, so that the next generation is already empowered, as so many in this room are. And then the other piece is, one of my first comments was when it said, what do you like best about the seminar, was the eclectic group that's gathered in this room. It's the different faces and their own personal experiences, from family experiences to professional, and this goes back to how do we get the dialogue out there. You know, sorry to say, but if we brought the rabbis into the room, they would think that they were running the seminar. We have to send some of the youth to the Rabbi Council, and they have to make their presentation. In this room, we have representatives of JVS and of the Federation. The Federation sat in many different seats in this room. It has to go back to the Alliance for Jewish Education and Next Gen. And these kind of conversations that took place in this room now have to be lit in either all of those pilot lights in each of the different members of staff of our Federation. Some of whom are old school and are not going to like it very much, and some of who are with Scott on this, like, I want to call it a rampage, but I don't think that's what it is. Okay, of this energized, you know, this is tomorrow. So I think it does have to leave this room. It can't be what happened in Ann Arbor stays in Ann Arbor. We've got to take it on the road.
So I was recently talking to a rabbi just kind of about, you know, the values of Jews and of human beings and like what it means to be human and what we should be trying to accomplish in the world. And he seemed to, at least in his mind, had to have a very concrete idea of what we're supposed to do. And he gave the analogy of God being this, like, I guess, this carpenter making a shelf. And he's made the shelf. He's laid down the foundation of it. The wood, the shelves, the screws, and everything. And it's up to us as human beings to beautify it, to do the detail, to do the little painting, the little pretty flowers that you see, and like just to make it nice. So I think as Jews, especially, we can become champions of tikkun olam and really hold these ideals really like near and dear to everything that we do. And merely by thinking in that way that we're living not just for ourselves but for, I guess, our communities, that we're really able to bring this change and, so to speak, be that light unto the nations and do our part in world beautification.
If I could also add to something that Lori said, first of all, what a great day, what a fabulous day, and thank you so much for those people that have planned. In my speaking, yeah, right. In speaking to so many of the fabulous people that I reconnected with or met today, I'm also reminded that there are many people in our community that are already addressing this issue. And they might be addressing it from different perspectives based on where they're working or where their interests are. So I think this group needs to reach out and perhaps put an umbrella organization together, or if not something organized, certainly something informal to get those other people to the table. I heard many ideas today that were expressed as new, that really other agencies or other groups have been addressing. So we could be missing part of that discussion if we assume that this is all that there is.
So I think that leads in really well to our next question. When we think about what is Jewish Detroit, and there's been a lot of great comments that were said today, and what we can do next, and a lot of action words and talking about dialogue is important, but action is important. And then some of the comments that were just made about the infrastructure behind it and different organizations. So I think that everybody thinks about something different when they hear what is Jewish Detroit. You have to think about both what does it mean for me as a Jew, my connection to Detroit, and what does it mean to be a part of Jewish Detroit. And that is something that our group, as our Detroit Area Community Leadership Initiative group, has struggled with and debated about and had lots of engaging dialogue. And so that's something that I would put out to the rest of you as we think especially about new people coming to Detroit for the first time. How are they going to think about Jewish Detroit, and how do we engage them, and what does that mean for us as individuals, and what does that mean for our community? So I am actually asking you this. It's not just hypothetical. Yeah, it is. You had an idea at your table. Do you want to?
Okay. Let's see. Here's what I think. This is really quick. If I meet somebody new here, the first thing I'm going to do is send them to the downtown synagogue, 7 o'clock Friday.
All right.
They'll meet other people. They'll find out what's going on.
Any other thoughts? Doesn't need to be the absolute what is Jewish Detroit, but at this moment, what are you thinking? What is Jewish Detroit for you?
I don't know, maybe this is slightly off topic, but I wonder about, there's nobody in this room who's African American, there's nobody in this room, there was, but yeah, and I don't think there's anyone in this room who's Orthodox, and I have the sense that in Oak Park, there's African Americans and Orthodox living next door to each other, and I wonder about the interaction in those communities, whether they think of themselves as Detroiters, whether they're on either side, whether they're invested in Detroit, whether African Americans in Oak Park are invested in Detroit's development. I really don't know, but I wonder if they have something to bring to this whole discussion.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to hide behind this pole for a while. So
Yeah. I missed part of the afternoon. I apologize for that if I'm repeating something that was already said. But I don't entirely know what Detroit Area Community Leadership Initiative is. But looking at it, and I see Detroit Area Community. So that's not just the Jewish community, but that is all these different stakeholders and networks that were just brought up of in Oak Park you have the Orthodox community, and you also have the African American community, and you have many other communities. So if this Detroit Area Community Leadership Initiative is for the whole Detroit area, or if it's just for the Jewish community, and also which areas are we focusing on if we're talking about Detroit? Like if we're talking about building a Jewish cohort or Jewish community in the city, maybe it would make sense to invest in a certain area. In that way, not necessarily to have an A-roof, to have an Orthodox community, but to have a community where people are closer, where you can walk to and from, where there's a Shabbat community, where there is just a general much closer community than driving across the city. We all know how large and vast and I guess maze-like the city can be, and so to invest in concentrating in that. So whether that's the grants for, what was it, the Come Play Detroit, what were those called? Live Detroit Fund, if that was to be concentrated toward an area, and if these efforts were to be concentrated towards a core community, using Oak Park as an example, there's great relations between the different communities there, and it's very concentrated, and maybe that's something that could work for Detroit. I hope I'm not harping on anything that's already been addressed, but just thinking about Detroit area community leadership, is this Jewish Detroit area, or is this the full area, and why aren't those constituents represented here and potentially in that board? I don't know who's in the 17-person group, but is there representation there? And do we need to have a Detroit matzo ball soup event, or could it just be that Detroit Soup has a Jewish contingent that is very vocal and that's also engaged? There are these communities that are out there. Haley was remarking on Greening of Detroit and a few other ones. So how can the Jewish community engage with them as opposed to creating something new or something different, something that's challenging them?
I just want to say that, again, I too applaud all of the effort that went into this day. It's frankly, I went into it not thinking I could possibly last till 4 o'clock, and here I am, and very stimulated, almost exhausted from the stimulation. So that's a good sign. Thank you. And when I look at what we've been trying to answer, so what is Jewish Detroit, and I hear tremendous suggestions, lots of great suggestions about how to move forward, and I keep getting stuck on that. I don't think it's an is, I think it's an R, A-R-E, because I think Jewish Detroit is all that. And it's, if we do one thing coming out of here, for me anyway, it's the realization that there is no one Jewish Detroit. It's a huge melting pot, even within the, well, what is it, 2 Jews, 3 sinners, what's the adage, 2 Jews, 3 opinions. So we've got how many, you know, so we are all that, and the best message that we can send in moving forward in being part of the Detroit, however you want to define that term, is to say that we allow that it is all that, and we can be a part of all that in the way that we find it. And I'm not sure that that means that there's one thing where we all reconvene around that. There may be a myriad of things that bring us. It's much more, you know, difficult. It's much more challenging, but I think it's more reflective of the diversity even within our Jewishness, that we want to be part of very many different corners of this project.
Is this still on? Okay. So I don't want to take away from anyone's very well thought out opinions, and I could just tell you what I feel after today, which is a very positive feeling that anyone who is involved to some degree in the Jewish community here locally in Ann Arbor or Detroit or what have you, it's great. And if you are involved in certain other organizations that have something to do with Judaism, that's great. It's the economic times today is that every Jewish organization is just as hurt as any other organization, every other nonprofit. there's not as many dollars to be had. The resources are strained. And it seems that what is Jewish Detroit can be best answered about the people. I'm not talking about people outside of our socioeconomic or religious or even race. I'm talking about people who grew up Jewish, who do not have any Jewish communal resonation whatsoever. They are completely unaffiliated. They don't even go to synagogue. They still call themselves Jewish, but they're not here. They're not heavily involved. Every Jewish organization that I'm involved with is always trying to go and attract the unaffiliated. And ultimately, for anything to really work, for real change, and to do that change, it's a really hard thing, is, in my view, to try to mobilize, find that commonality for everybody. And Detroit happens to be that. In my grandparents' time in Detroit area, it was Israel. The formation of the State of Israel. After that, it was all of the different phases of Israel with the Six-Day War, et cetera, and now Israel is becoming, with the next generation, it's becoming not as positive of a way to get everyone together and have some commonality. So we have a more unique opportunity to look at this to say, it doesn't matter what part of our religion you are that resonates with you, or if you are pro-Israel or not Israel, you can actually have something now that's Jewish. But not necessarily feeling that you have to be part of some organization you only hear about once a year when they ask you for a check. So, to me, it's more of a mobilization effort if we could get that ball rolling. Who gets that ball rolling? I mean, it seems like to me word of mouth, because in the social media aspect, I am not great, but it seems like I'm going to say Josh can go and get the word out to like 1,000 people within 5 minutes. But I mean, he's that popular. I'm not.
We're going to take one more comment over here and then invite out Carl Goldman as our closing.
So I would like to also compliment the organizers and all of the participants. I think it was a really wonderful, wonderful day. And I'm delighted that the Frankel Center for Judaic Studies was a supporter of this event. One of the things I would love to see you look forward to is pioneering in a suburban Jewish initiative that bridges back over the boundaries that had separated city and suburb. These boundaries have existed now in the American Jewish past for roughly half a century, and there has yet to be any community that has successfully overcome those two worlds. And I think that what one sees here is the possibility, and again building on what the last person said, the possibility of energizing Jews of all stripes of opinions to reconnect and reimagine a new relationship with a city and to build it forward into the 21st century.
Great. So thank you for that wonderful conversation. I'm going to try to give a quick summary, but luckily we have it all on paper, so that doesn't even really matter. But I heard a lot of great things of when we think of Jewish Detroit, we know that there's already an infrastructure in place that we can go to. We know that we need to keep questioning what we've already been doing and questioning what's working and what isn't working and how we can go forward. But I think the thing that I really heard throughout is that we're all in this and we're all here to support each other, and that that's really the only way that we're gonna keep going, is to make sure that we keep the dialogue and keep the actions going, and that we do identify ourselves as Jewish Detroit.
Great. So it's a great opportunity to just have Carla Goldman closed the day for us, and I think she deserves applause from us. Chair and the head of the Jewish Communal Leadership Program, thank you for your partnership.
Thank you, Tilly. So thank you to everybody. I think we start with that. Certainly to those who sponsored the event, to those who participated on the panels and in the dialogues. We reached out to a lot of you we didn't know, and you came through. I think there was an incredible amount of eloquence and thoughtfulness in the room, and we all benefited from that. I want to thank all of you. You've stuck through to the end. Many of you were here at 9 this morning. That's pretty incredible. We know we planned a long day, and we wanted to, we did something that was both, I think, exciting and frustrating, which is we had lots of voices in the room, and we let them speak for 5 minutes, which was ridiculous, right? But we wanted to create really the conversations that we saw happening at the tables. It was very exciting. There was lots more we should have had in the room, more communities, more faces. We didn't want to overplan or underplan. We did what we could. So that goes to thanking all the many people, more than a dozen, who were involved in planning this program, both from the Jewish Communal Leadership Program and from the university community, the Metro Detroit community, and the Detroit community. I think that meant a tremendous amount to us and was reflected in the day. So what we did today is very exciting for me. It really embodied one of the goals of the Jewish Communal Leadership Program, which is not just to have conversations among ourselves, but to believe the conversations that we're having, the students are having with each other and with their professors and classmates matter beyond the walls of the university. That we want to take these conversations and extend them to the broader community, and that they can believe that these issues matter to the broader community, and those are the ones that we're going to be talking about. So this, I think, in some ways, we're going to have our first class graduating in less than a month now. But it's a wonderful culmination of what I hope that they have gotten from being enrolled in this program. We'll still get students currently still in course, to really believe that that can happen and that we could be a platform for bringing together, and this again was the goal of the day, the variety of perspectives that's energizing this current movement, right? And that those perspectives could engage with each other, that we could speak across generation, that we could speak across geography, and that we could listen. Not always an easy thing to do in the Jewish community or any community. I hope the conversations that started in this room will continue at different levels. I think we were speaking just now about how they'll continue in an organized level, but there are many layers, of course, to this conversation, and I hope many ways in which they will advance. So then finally, I guess I'd ask you to take your question, the survey here, the, what's it called? Evaluation, thank you. Seriously, both in helping us to shape further conversations that matter to you, but to take, we've taken in all of these things, what ways you think in which the Jewish Communal Leadership could help advance the conversations we've had today further, or just generally for the community, and that way we can find further ways to share that. So finally, again, just thanks to all of you for your sponsorship, your participation, your planning, for being invested in this question, for helping us all believe that we can be part of moving this conversation forward in new and interesting and exciting directions. And that we all sort of feel that Detroit then is still a factor that unites us as a community and helps to give meaning to what we do as Jews and as citizens. So thank you, good afternoon. We are ending on time.